Good morning, everyone. I think we will convene the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding public hearing for today. I know, again, that this is a day that committee members have many other obligations, including the leadership of the committee, which is on their way to and from voting and coming into, they will definitely be here today. We will start off with our first speaker, which is a panel led by Emily Byrne, and will include Jacob Vigil, Holly Hickson, and Leah Woods. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Great. Welcome. You are the table setter for the day.
Thank you so much, Co-Chair Horn. Good morning to Co-Chair Fonfara, ranking members Martin and Cheeseman, and distinguished members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Emily Byrne, and I'm representing Connecticut Voices for Children, a research and advocacy organization working to ensure that one day Connecticut is a thriving and equitable state where all children reach their full potential. Our submitted written testimony details our support for House Bill 5002, as well as Senate Bill 448. However, for the purposes of time, I'll just be speaking to House Bill 5002. I'm delighted to be joined virtually by three colleagues, Jacob Vigil with New Mexico Voices for Children, Leah Woods with the Century Foundation, and Holly Hickson with the Hunt Institute, who have graciously agreed to join for this panel for Q&A, and hopefully we'll hear from them soon. However, I first wanted to highlight some of the reasons why we at CT Voices support House Bill 5002. Connecticut Voices for Children has prioritized early care and education since our founding in 1995 because the research and data are clear on the benefits to children, to families, and to our communities. Today, unfortunately, the national ECE market is broken, and Connecticut's early care and education system is at a dramatic inflection point. And so, as you all know, what government is faced with is both a challenge and opportunity to enact and implement transformational change. Given this choice, we applaud Governor Lamont for his vision and leadership because his administration chose to lean into the opportunity vis-a-vis the Blue Ribbon Panel on early care. We also commend the legislature for tackling some of the stickiest challenges within the early care and education through House Bill 5002. Namely, we're deeply supportive of the committee's effort to retool the Early Childhood Education Fund that was enacted last year. We think this is a smart way to leverage surplus dollars while still adhering to the spirit of the fiscal controls, which we know is a desire of many. And this is also a vehicle for philanthropy to support systems change efforts in a way that maximizes their strength. But most importantly, this is a show of courage from the legislature to state in its passage that early care and education is essential infrastructure in Connecticut. To this point, we certainly hope for, and realistically, the ECE sector needs more than $50 million of investment. You may hear from my colleagues online, as well as our partners in the room, on why it's so critical to fund early care and education. So I won't dive into too many details. That said, it's worth noting that the public resourcing of Connecticut's ECE system is a wise investment, both in the short term and the long term. As a business sector, early care and education contributes substantial economic output, and even more so when you factor in parental employment and spending. But the best return on investment is in our state's children. High quality infant and toddler care can be an equalizer, reducing disparities and closing learning gaps, particularly among children from low-income families, immigrant children, children of color, children who are experiencing homelessness, and children with special needs. So for all these reasons and more, we support House Bill 5002, along with the Blue Ribbon's very good blueprint. House Bill 5002 gets us closer to the early care and education system we all want for our state, which is one that allows children to have the foundational building blocks that set them up for lifelong success, one that recognizes educators as the professionals that they are, and one that supports affordability for Connecticut's hardworking parents and caretakers. All of this is good for the business industry and our state economy as a whole. And if that weren't enough, if enacted, this bill will signal to the country that Connecticut is serious about taking the necessary steps that encourage families to root and grow here and provide another great model for other states in the process. So again, gratitude to the committee for elevating this bill. I'm going to stop talking. Hopefully there are questions, but before the bell rings, I'd ask that my colleagues online who are joining us from New Mexico and Washington, D.C., please introduce themselves.
Please proceed with your introductions if you're online.
Jacob, maybe you can start.
Thank you. Thank you, Emily. Good morning, co-chairs, distinguished members of the committee. My name is Jacob Vigil. I am the Deputy Policy Director at New Mexico Voices for Children. We are a nonprofit, nonpartisan public policy advocacy organization that seeks to improve the lives of children through data-informed policy. And I'm happy to address any questions today on New Mexico's Early Childhood Trust Fund.
Any others online that would like to introduce themselves? Go ahead.
Sure, right here. Thank you, Chair Fanfara and Chair Horn, members of the committee for holding this important hearing. My name is Leah Woods. I'm a Senior Policy Associate in the Women's Economic Justice Department at the Century Foundation, which is a national think tank that focuses on economic policy issues. I'm an expert on childcare and early childhood education, and so I can answer questions pertaining to the economics of childcare and importance of sustainable funding.
Good morning to the committee and to the chair. My name is Holly Hickson. I am the Deputy Director of Early Learning at the Hunt Institute in Raleigh, North Carolina, and I am the Hunt Institute was founded in 2001 by a four-term North Carolina Governor, Jim Hunt. The Hunt Institute covers experts and resources to inspire and inform elected and policymakers about key issues in education policy across the continuum. Beginning in 2019, we expanded our work to go from K-12 and higher education to prenatal through higher education, because we saw the importance of brain development and the importance of including early learning as part of education. Thank you.
Thank you. I will start us off by Mr. Vigil accepting your invitation to ask about New Mexico's program as we try to learn from what other states have done here.
Yes, absolutely, Madam Co-Chair. So in New Mexico, we did something really similar to what House Bill 5002 seeks to accomplish, and truly it has been a game changer for the children and working families of our state. I had the privilege in working with other advocates and champions in the legislature to pass House Bill 83 in 2020, and that established New Mexico's Early Childhood Trust Fund. That trust fund received an initial endowment of $300 million at its creation, and it earns interest and receives contributions from certain above-trend oil and gas-related revenues. And over the course of really a short period of time, the balance of the fund increased dramatically and was estimated by our state legislative economists to sit at over $5 billion going into the 2024 legislative session. So for some context, in 2019, New Mexico established its first cabinet-level department dedicated to early learning and care, the Early Childhood Education and Care Department, which is similar to Connecticut's Office of Early Childhood. And our trust fund serves as a permanent source of funding beyond the federal revenues for early childhood for that department, directly funding programs like subsidized childcare workforce development and retention, pre-K, and home visiting. And so that you have an idea of the fund's potential, this last legislative session, the trust fund's distribution contributed $250 million to our department's budget, allowing New Mexico to continue the seamless provision of childcare to all families at or below 400% of the federal poverty level once the federal ARPA funding had expired. So in a state where childcare access and affordability have long been barriers, and our children and working families have faced so many challenges, what we've been able to accomplish through creating this permanent long-term funding source for early care and education has really been nothing short of generational transformation. So I'm happy to go in a little more detail if necessary, but for the reasons that I've explained, we're just really excited that Connecticut is considering this bill, and we're just strongly support it.
Thank you. And you may have, I think you probably did say this in your testimony, but that how long is this program? How long has New Mexico been funding it in the way you've just described?
Right. Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. It's been since fiscal year 2021.
Thank you. And then my final question, then I will we'll look for my colleagues, who I know will have questions for you as well. Does the New Mexico program or other states that you're familiar with have a similar, a big part of our bill today is the TRISHARE pilot program. And I wonder whether anyone could comment on how that program has worked in other states or other, areas. Thank you. Anyone?
I guess I don't want to speak at length about the TRISHARE program because it's not my specialty. What I know coming from the national perspective is that Michigan started a program, a TRISHARE program several years ago, and it's been effective enough and of enough interest to other states to be replicated loosely in other locations around the country. Most recently, I believe in North Carolina. So I think we're still in the early stages of really seeing how this works and whether this is going to be a really good long-term model, but it's interesting to see in Connecticut's bill.
Thank you. And I think that was 2.5 questions, but I will let's try to stick by myself. Our committee's limited to for the moment, and our Vice Chair, Representative Farrar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know I unfortunately missed your all's opening remarks as we finish up our press conference, but I appreciate you all being here. I did want to ask, because I do think it speaks to one of the reasons as a state we're looking so closely at the sustainable investment we can make in early childhood. A key piece of that is just how tremendous the impact is in those first 5 years of a child's life on its success in the child's lifetime. And certainly the investments that we make in early childhood can pay off long-term for us as a state. But I would really love to hear more from an expert point of view on that, about what type of impact early care and education can have on child development and how that could pay off for our state as a much needed investment.
Holly, maybe you can hop in here.
Thank you. I would love to. So, if I've been doing this work now for over 30 years. For the first 28, I was a program director and adjunct faculty member. You name it, I probably did it in the field through direct service. My specialty is prenatal through age 3, and I have an infant mental health endorsement actually in policy. What I know the biggest key marker to this is we're looking at 90% of brain development happening before the age of 3. We also know that through investing over the lifetime of a citizen, we're looking at anywhere from $7 to $13 return on investment for that child. I come from Michigan, and the Perry Preschool Project is one of the most impactful longitudinal studies that's still going on. It was done in the 60s, so it's coming up on they're still tracking 65 years later. Specifically to all of these points, we need to also remember that our infant toddler teachers are our lowest paid in the education field. They are required to have, and I'm speaking globally, they're required to have very little, if any, educational background. And most of our early childhood educators across the United States are at or below the poverty level, and many of them don't have health insurance. So I can answer any direct questions, but those are just a few, as I'm listening to your questions, vignettes I wanted to add.
Thank you, Holly. Thanks for speaking towards the child development piece. I think I'm always in awe, as you noted, that 90% of our brain development is in those first 3 years. Because you all are with us, I do just have one quick second question, which I think part of our efforts here on 5002 is to really step up as a state. I think we all wish that our federal government had more of a role in early childhood care and education, but unfortunately, we are left to our own innovation and investment at the state level. And I was hoping you could share, leave it to whoever could respond, could share how, Connecticut compares right now to what other states might be doing and what we should look to as further examples, even beyond the New Mexico fund. Thank you.
If I could address that question to my partners on the call with me. Connecticut is nationally one of our leaders. The work that Hunt did with Connecticut on the Blue Ribbon panel, the fact that Connecticut sees this as a wise investment, this is other states are looking to Connecticut. I took my role with the Hunt Institute because of the work with Connecticut. And as someone who's worked in 7 other states on the front lines, I can tell you, we would all like to be doing what you're doing in Connecticut right now. You are sat on a call with approximately 7 other states, and Connecticut was one of the states, and the other 6 states were saying, how do we get that? Can you share that with us? Can you tell us how you built that? And I think that really speaks to how I'm at a loss for words, but just how unbelievably amazing the opportunity is with this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Thank you to all of you for being with us and your wealth of knowledge. And I appreciate you highlighting some of that important research, especially about what we can learn as we take on these next steps in our state. So thank you for that opportunity to ask those questions, and back to Madam Chair.
Thank you. And Ms. Woods, were you, I saw you raised your hand. Did you want to respond to that question as well?
Sure. I'd be happy to add on to what Holly said, which was absolutely fantastic. I think part of the question was just how does what Connecticut is doing compare to what other states are doing, and alluded to the fact that we would love more federal funding, and it doesn't seem to be imminent, at least not within the next couple of months. And so, yes, stabilization funds expired in this past September, and now many of the programs that are licensed to care for more children than they have the capacity to serve. I think that's kind of the crux of the issue. So it's important to have dedicated funding for overhead expenses like mortgage and utility payments or wage supplements. And to date, I believe that 11 states have put their own direct funds into childcare. That's a report that our organization put out just within the past couple of months. And then in addition, New Mexico has their own permanent fund for childcare, but of course, Jacob is best qualified to talk about that. So Connecticut would again be a leader in the country in investing its own state funds for childcare to supplement the system.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions from the committee, I thank you for the panel. It also helps move things efficiently today and bringing a lot of expertise to the table all at once. So I thank all of you for kicking us off. Next, we have our treasurer, Eric Russell. Welcome back to the Finance Committee.
Good morning. Happy to be here. Thanks for having me.
We keep the seat warm for you.
Yeah. So good morning, Senator Fonfara, Representative Horn, Senator Martin, Representative Cheeseman, and members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today on Senate Bill 16, an act concerning revenue items to implement the governor's budget. Specifically, I'm here to testify in support of Section 18 of the bill, which requires that the cumulative balance of the Special Transportation Fund in excess of 18% of expenditures be utilized to pay down long-term debt. My office was proud to participate in bringing this proposal forward in collaboration with Governor Lamont and the Department of Transportation. The concept is similar and very familiar to many of you. Similar reforms put in place as part of the fiscal guardrails have paired robust reserves in the budget reserve fund with additional contributions to the state's pension funds, reducing long-term liabilities and producing annual savings. The provision in this bill would likewise maintain sufficient balances in the special transportation fund, but use any balance at the end of the fiscal year above 18% of expenditures to pay down outstanding debt and to retire outstanding bonds. Typically, the special tax obligation bonds that are used to fund transportation projects are 20-year bonds, and they're callable after 10 years. Under this proposal, instead of refunding or refinancing those bonds at that 10-year mark, we would pay them off entirely, which would result in 10 years of debt service savings. It is projected that $500 million would be available at the end of the fiscal year that my office would use to then pay down outstanding debt. And that would otherwise be sitting on the state's balance sheet for another decade. Taking this action would avoid remaining interest costs. Most of the bonds being targeted have interest rates of 5%. And it would result in immediate savings of over $22 million in fiscal year 2025. Annually, this would reduce the annual debt service for the following 9 years by approximately $60 million a year. Connecticut is earning a reputation for its responsible and creative financial problem solving, and this is a continuation of that work. This proposal explicitly requires that the excess be utilized for long-term savings, not short-term budget relief. The benefits of this approach are multifaceted. It will be a significant signal to rating agencies' investors that the state remains committed to reducing debt and building an economically stable future. That will aid the work of securing additional improvements to our credit rating, which make funding future transportation projects more cost-effective. And the budget savings will help stabilize future years and put the fund in a better position to borrow for new projects going forward. Perhaps most importantly, however, this proposal does not impact project readiness at the Department of Transportation.
You've reached 3
Connecticut-
minutes.
Connecticut has a pent-up list of projects that I know the DOT is working through, and this will not interfere with the ability to move forward with those projects. I'll stop there and happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. I will invite you to finish your comments if you'd like to.
Okay, thank you. So as I mentioned, these transportation investments improve our infrastructure. They help drive economic growth and provide good paying jobs for our citizens. The proposal maintains significant reserves to ensure that DOT has funding on hand to meet those urgent needs while utilizing funding that would otherwise sit idle to help pay down debt in the fund. As DOT officials continue their work to launch more projects in coming years, they will benefit from the alleviation of long-term liabilities and the budget savings that will be created. While the fund currently shows a significant surplus, we know that won't be the case forever. Absent this proposal, projections show deficits could arise as soon as fiscal year 2026. It's critical that we do not wait to implement this provision so that we can really capitalize on this moment of opportunity to put these excess funds to productive long-term use. I've been heartened but not surprised by the strong bipartisan support for this initiative to date. And our state has really built an enviable culture, I think, of fiscal responsibility and strong budgetary practices, and happy to be a part of that. So I urge you to build on that as we include this provision in the eventual budget proposal. And as always, I'm available as well as my staff to answer any questions that you may have. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. I am, this particular part of the governor's revenue proposal I found particularly intriguing, and I note down that Connecticut's reputation for responsible and creative financial problem solving. I welcome that reputation. I hope we can continue to earn that. But this certainly seems to me an example of that, and it is my understanding that your office played a big part in bringing it forward. I think it does address a number of challenges in the special transportation fund. So I think it's a really interesting idea, and I'm glad to see that as part of our proposal this year. So
Thank you.
Senator Cohen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Treasurer, for being here. I'm grateful for your testimony. I wonder if you could get into it just a little bit more. I know you had a time constraint. We obviously have a failing STF, even though we have a surplus right now, and certainly looking at anything in excess of 18% over the next couple of years to pay down long-term debt. I find admirable. Certainly, we've been paying down long-term debt, and I commend the Treasurer's Office for what you've been able to do thus far in that regard. After decades of mismanagement, long before our time, long before you and I were even born, and you're much younger than I. But I want to just address, and maybe you could address this concern, because I worry a little bit about robbing Peter to pay Paul, so to speak. You do address the fact that the STF is likely to be in the red as soon as fiscal year 26. This is something states are seeing across the board as cars become more fuel efficient. Many special transportation funds like Connecticut's are reliant on fuel tax. And now that we have more fuel efficiency and the advent of electric vehicles, we are going to struggle to maintain these funds to pay for our capital improvement projects. So I wonder if you could talk a little bit, because I just got off a transportation bonding subcommittee meeting, and the commissioner was on there talking about how Connecticut's unique and that we reap the benefits of some sales tax from the general fund that keeps getting moved over to the special transportation fund. But I wonder if you could get into a little bit more about how we would address the STF being in the red in future years, and why it's not better to leave that excess in the special transportation fund as we look out and see this STF going into the red in the future.
Sure. And thank you, Senator, for the question. I think to address your first piece of your comment, I guess I'll start with the excess that's in now. So we expect if we were to implement this policy, there would be about $500 million available next at the end of the fiscal year to pay down long-term debt. Part of the reason that we were very intentional about the existing funds needing to be applied to long-term debt is because we wanted to level out what those savings would be on a long-term basis, rather than trying to create budgetary savings over a 1 or 2 year window and then still having those deficits or potential deficits in the out year. What we expect is when we pay these down, this will flatten that debt service out over the next 10-year window, which will reduce or eliminate some of those deficits that would be existing in the next 10-year period. I think that in thinking about this bigger picture, this doesn't solve the problem at some point of if there are deficits that remain in the special transportation fund in some of those out years, that we would need to look at either raising additional revenue or ways to maintain the fund and keep it solvent. That is going to be a separate issue. But I will say that this does not interfere. Using this money to pay down existing debt is flattening out that debt service to keep us in the black in fiscal years to come, but it's also saving tens of millions of dollars in reducing interest costs and things that we would be paying out of the special transportation fund while the cash is sitting there.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Treasurer, and thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Co-Chair, Senator Fonfara.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Treasurer. Good to see you again.
Good morning, Senator.
I want to follow on the questions that you were just responding to from Senator Cohen. It's not adding up to me, and maybe it's just my thick brain that maybe trying it another way will work. But if we know we're going to be in deficit, which will, unless something happens in the economy that changes that, and I don't think we can hope for it, but it isn't wise to anticipate it, that we'll have to figure out how to meet that responsibility because we've taken away the surplus. I think if we, unlike the situation with respect to the on the general fund side where we're taking away volatile revenue. This is not volatile revenue. It's just extra revenue than what we need currently. So help me understand how, if we siphon off, which is a very responsible thing to do if we know we're going to be consistently in the black, but we know at least projections are we won't be. So why is that a wise thing to do from the standpoint of facing deficits in the near future?
So what I think one of the differences here is that, so we have all of the revenue that comes into the STF from dedicated sources that's lockboxed in the STF. The difference here is that what the money that's sitting in the Special Transportation Fund is going to be used to pay down debt service, right? That's what it's used for. We don't pay go on transportation projects. And so because all we're doing is getting ahead of paying down this debt. Whereas if we leave that money sitting there right now, there are still deficits that we're going to end up paying, but we're going to miss out on the savings of paying early and not paying in this additional interest on an annual basis. Reducing our debt service long-term is reducing the obligations that we have to pay on an annual basis, which is keeping us out of those deficits now. Whereas if we wait, by 2026, we're going to have that deficit expected on an annual basis in the Special Transportation Fund.
I appreciate that, and you're not the transportation department chairman or commissioner. Thank you. So it's a little bit unfair to ask you this, but how do we address the deficit as that's coming down the track?
So I think that's going to be a conversation for the legislature and the governor to decide at some point that there's going to be a need to raise additional revenue into the Special Transportation Fund to allow us to continue to fund the really critical transportation infrastructure that we need in our state. I think, as was mentioned by Senator Cohen, there is a shift, right? I mean, we're in a place where we are reducing our carbon footprint and the use of gas. A lot of our revenue that's coming into the Special Transportation Fund is very much dependent on that. As we see more and more forms of green energy and clean transportation being used in our state, some of the revenues that are created and collected as a result of that are going to be reduced. And so I think that long-term, we're going to have to take another look at if this is a sustainable method or if we need to think about restructuring where those revenues are coming from.
So lastly, how is this any different than my roof in my home is leaking and I decide to pay an extra month in my mortgage?
I think it's very different. I mean, so again, this is money that is dedicated to the Special Transportation Fund. We are not taking this money out to do anything different with it. All we are simply doing is paying down debt now, which we get we're still flattening out our long-term obligations, which keeps us in the black. It avoids these deficits that would be coming up. But in addition to that, we're getting an annual $60 million of savings by paying this debt down early. I don't see any downside to this proposal at all. There's no, again, this doesn't interfere at all with the ability for us to fund projects as we go. You know, if you think about it this way too, I mean, some people would say, well, why don't we pay cash for our projects, right? Rather than borrowing. We can just take this excess and pay for them. We are not a pay-go state. I think part of that is because our transportation, any of those expenses would actually apply to the spending cap, which we can talk about whether or not that should be the case or not. But what we would normally do as these 20-year bonds are callable after 10 years is just to refinance them again. All we're saying is rather than refinancing them, let's pay them off long-term and get that savings over that 10-year period and reduce our debt service for the next 10 years, which is going to help us avoid those deficits in the out years.
I don't disagree with the philosophy.
Yeah.
My issue is the fact that we don't have steady revenues coming in sufficiently, and we project that we will have to make some decisions quicker regarding revenue than we would if we were not to do this.
That's correct. This doesn't solve the underlying problem long term, but what it does is saves us $60 million a year and flattens out our debt service long-term as the legislature and governor think about what they want the future of the fund to look like.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Martin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Treasurer.
Good morning.
So what you're looking to use to pay down $500 million that we currently have as a surplus. How long has that, is there an average in the last couple of years that we've had this $500 million?
I think it's one that has accrued, and I can get specifics for you about how the surplus has accrued over time. I'm happy to provide that to the committee. But this is something I think, again, it's accumulated over time, still looking at these deficits in the out years. And, we may still have some years, the way this would work is on an annual basis, we review this. So on a year-to-year basis, we may have some excess that's going to be used to pay down additional debt over time as well. If I'm not mistaken, I think that the number that was built into the governor's budget was right around $800 million that would be paid over the next several years in total. But again, this is about, maximizing the opportunity to save on those interest costs rather than having cash sitting idly in the account.
So currently, what are we spending a month for the principal and interest payments?
Let's see if
I know that you mentioned that we have an annual savings of 60 million.
Correct. With this pay down, that would be the annual savings. So just to kind of put it in perspective, so what we would be paying off in this first round out of that $500 million, there are two series of 2014 bonds, one totaling about 370 million, the other 130 million, that those would be paid down. So I'm sorry, the 2014 bonds would be about 370 million. Those on average have a 5% interest rate. And so by paying those off, we would be getting as 10 years of savings from what we would be paying on that interest. There's another 130 million that would be on 2015 bonds that would also be coming up. And rather than just refinancing them, we would be paying those off. So the annual debt service is just under $900 million.
A total. So that's what we're looking to pay off, that's 900 million?
So that's our debt service on for 2024. So by paying those off, we would be reducing that to 382. Yes, so about 60 million which would be starting in the full fiscal year of 26. It would be about 22 million in 25 because it's only a partial year. Yeah.
Okay. So we're looking to flatten out our long-term debt. So what protection do we have that, we've got a formula for how much debt that we can have with regarding special transportation fund. So what protection do we have that we're not going to, increase it over time here? So let's say we pay these off in the next year or two, but then based on the formula and how much we're going to do with capital improvements, that we just don't, go to that maximum.
So again, there are limits on how much we can issue, but those are going to be decisions in terms of what we're ultimately issuing to fund projects that would be decided by the legislature and the governor long term. And I think similarly to what revenues would be, would be used to fund the special transportation fund long term. I think what this is also about is understanding that there's this huge opportunity, particularly right now with a huge inflow of federal dollars to take advantage of these projects. And I'm sure that will all impact what we would ultimately be issuing as a special transportation fund more broadly.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Meskers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good to see you there, Mr. Russell, our treasurer.
Well,
I guess the question I have, it looks like it's not quite a cash management position. You're in a position of reducing our cash flow demands of 60 million a year on average with a pay down of 500 million. And that should accrue as a savings of, we're talking about roughly a couple $100 million over the life if we were to refund and leave the debt outstanding. Is that essentially what we're talking about?
Yeah, so if we were to, rather than, if we weren't to pay the bonds down, we would be paying those 5% or so coupons on the outstanding bonds for the next 10 years.
Okay. So that and the principal amortizations would be a cash drain that you're going to postpone what would be a cash shortfall in the special transportation fund by engaging in this exercise. So you're helping us. We're not wasting money paying interest on funds we're not utilizing in the short term. We're giving you the opportunity to match federal funds on new bonding opportunities for infrastructure money as it comes through inside the cap. Is that kind of what we're looking at trying to do?
That's correct.
Okay, that's very helpful. I think it's a very solid strategy. I'm glad you're speaking in favor of it. I think we've got to do our best management to, my goal is to see us through the governor and through yourself, not only keep our interest rates, our cap spending, manage it, but to get as much federal dollars. So having the borrowing capacity to be able to meet matching fund requests out of the federal government is essential. So reducing our statutory extended debt is probably a very good strategy. So thank you very much. No further questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Vice Chair, Representative Farrar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Treasurer. Good to see you multiple times in one week.
Good to see you as well.
I do have a question, and it actually came to me as I was thinking about our recent conversation with you, because I know that as a state, you and so many of us were trying to do our due diligence to make sure that we are investing our dollars wisely, and also looking to other states and making sure that we're stepping up and learning from them. So I guess my question is, in regards to this proposal, I know our special transportation fund, how we fund it and how we manage it is always going to be a little bit different. But are there other states that are approaching something like this proposal that we have in front of us today?
We were actually just talking about this, so thank you for the question. So it's not exactly clear. I think partly because not every state funds their transportation infrastructure like this. Some states have infrastructure banks that they fund projects through. They may not have a designated, bond program that's set up like this, different revenue streams. So it's really hard to tell. But what I would say is, this is not the first time that we've done this, even in Connecticut. There was a time, and I believe it was back in 1999, that there was, in 1997, there was a statute passed. And in 1999, we did a bond. We used excess money to pay down and essentially defease outstanding STO bonds. So, I think it's different state by state in terms of how they're using resources or what debt they're willing to take on. We have some states that don't have any actually authority to bond for transportation infrastructure in their state. And I've had conversations with some treasurers around the challenges that that's created for them with aging infrastructure and no way to really finance building out new infrastructure. So it's a little bit hard to make that comparison.
Thank you. I would just want to make sure we weren't missing anything if there was lessons to be learned. And I appreciate your honesty there, and also the recognition of how this might have been done in the past. So thank you for those comments, and thank you to the chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Fazio.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be quick. I want to echo the sentiments of Representative Mesker. You have cash that's probably earning very little yield, and you're paying out debt at a 5% rate. So you would pay down the debt that's outstanding, that's accruing a very, very high interest rate. But then if you had to issue debt going forward, I assume you'd be able to do it at a lower interest rate than 5%. It looks like your latest general obligation bonds went off at like 3%. So I assume, again, this is special transportation, so it might be different. But I assume if you had to issue new debt going forward, that it would be lower than 5%.
That would be the hope. And a lot of times we issue at 5% coupons, but we are obviously getting that premium and difference back. We just did in our most recent STO bonding program, we borrowed refunding bonds at 3.83%. And then our new money borrowing costs were at just under 4.5%. So certainly would expect that to be the case. The other thing that I would mention just in terms of cost of borrowing, we recently received an upgrade on our special transportation obligation bond program. And I think this is an example of the type of sound fiscal policy that would really resonate well with rating agencies and with the investment community as we're reducing our debt profile, putting capital to use in a way that's reducing cost and paying down debt, and would hope that these types of decisions would help us continue to keep and improve our bond ratings and allow us to issue at the lowest cost to taxpayers.
Well, for those reasons, it sounds like you're doing the right thing by taxpayers without limiting our ability to fund transportation projects as they come in the future at a lower interest rate. So I appreciate your positive testimony today. I think it's very persuasive. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. At the risk of really belabor at this point, I wanted to add one more. I believe that when we talk about the potential for deficits in the out years of the Special Transportation Fund, that's due to our requirement that we carry a balance 2 times the debt service for the outstanding debt. Is that correct?
I believe so. We can double check and circle back on that, but I believe it's 2 times.
Good to circle back because it's my understanding that because that's what's causing the deficits, this proposal, which would reduce the balance of outstanding debt, goes directly at that deficit because it means that outstanding debt in the out years is less, which means that we are the same amount of money in the Special Transportation Fund then qualifies as twice the debt service. And that's part of my understanding about, in addition to, you've had a lot of questions about the economic strength of the proposal in terms of, cash earning nothing and having to pay interest on existing. It's also very specifically targeted at our statutory construct for.
Yeah, if there's not 2 times coverage, we can't issue any additional debt. Yes, correct.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, thank you again for being with us again today.
Thank you very much.
Your team. And we will move on to Jessie Zhang.
Thank you, honorable co-chairs and distinguished committee members. My name is Jessie Jun, and I'm a student at Amity Regional High School and a representative on the State Student Advisory Board on Education. I'm so excited to be testifying today in support of House Bill number 5002, an act concerning early childhood care and education, and about why early childhood care is so important to the development of our educational system. So early childhood care begins from birth to 8 years old, as you've already heard from previous testimonies. This is an especially important and sensitive period for learning and adapting. Early childhood education is crucial for the development of a child's brain architecture, creating the foundation for learning, behavior, and health. These classes include identifying shapes, repeating words and sentences, learning hot from cold, and recognizing faces. Personally, as a child, I benefited greatly from well-funded early childhood care. When I moved to America, I was 3 years old, and I struggled a lot with the language barrier. No one else in my family spoke English, and when I first entered kindergarten, I received a lot of tutoring to improve my English reading, writing, and speaking, often reading from passages, practicing pronouncing words, and making sentences. This extra help and teachings were extremely important to my childhood, especially considering that my parents were immigrants who had to work 24/7. Because of early childhood care, I was able to advance my education and build basic elementary school level math and reading skills that allowed me to meet the educational standards and catch up with my peers while my parents worked hard to make a living for our family. My little brother is 10 years old. Although he grew up in a much different time than I did, our parents are still extremely busy with very little time to teach him important skills, such as math and language. Early childhood care and education allows low-income, immigrant, and generally busy families to lessen their burdens while remaining confident in the education their children are receiving. Considering how unfair and how inequitable our education system can be, having an overall better funded early care reduces education and opportunity disparities. Especially considering the teacher shortage and disparities within our nation and state, more funding for early education and interventions at early ages is extremely important and relevant. Overall, several studies have shown that early childhood care improves reading proficiency and better understanding in classes. Early childhood care doesn't just have short-term impacts, but also long-term, including higher high school graduation and post-secondary education enrollment, as well as improved mental and physical health for the rest of your life. Thank you for your time and consideration, honorable co-chairs and distinguished committee. If there are any questions for me, I'll be happy to answer them to the best of my ability.
Thank you. Thank you for being with us here today. Seeing no questions, I welcome you to enjoy the rest of your day. Next up, we have Mary Oster.
Hello, good morning. Honorable chairs, co-chairs, and members of the Finance, Revenue and Bonding Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of House Bill 5002, a critical piece of legislation that seeks to address the early care and education crisis in our state. My name is Mary Oster. I live in Norwalk, and I'm the early childhood coordinator for the city and a member of the Norwalk Early Childhood Collaborative. I support all providers and families with young children in Norwalk. I hear every day from early care and education programs about the struggle that they have in recruiting, retaining, and compensating high-quality staff. Educating and caring for young children isn't easy. It's not babysitting, it's brain building. High-quality teachers make a significant difference in outcomes for children, especially low-income children. If programs can't pay teachers a living, sustainable salary, they cannot retain staff. The constant revolving door of teachers leaving for a job that pays better makes it nearly impossible for children to form the relationships that are so important to their social, emotional development. 73% of Connecticut's young children are cared for outside the home while their parents work. Programs need to be able to hire and retain enough staff to open all classrooms. It isn't unusual for classrooms to be closed due to staffing shortages. Last year, 5 preschool classrooms in Norwalk were closed, leaving 100 children without preschool and families without access to childcare so that they could go to work. We know that preschool plays an essential role in helping children get ready for kindergarten. House Bill 5002 is a House legislative priority that recognizes the urgency for access to affordable childcare for every family in Connecticut. It includes the Early Childhood Care and Education Fund that can maximize public and private investment for our current and future needs. The fund will be structured with the Treasurer's Office and will receive and hold contributions from public and private sources with the ability to invest funds. It will be seeded with general fund support and bonding. There is a projected surplus in the general fund for this transfer, and the transfer of funds does not violate our fiscal guardrails. Investing in Connecticut's early care and education system is an investment in Connecticut's future. Supporting this legislation will benefit all of Connecticut, especially hardworking families, their children, and the early childhood educators who have such a tremendous impact on their future. I urge you to give House Bill 5002 your full support. I appreciate this opportunity to testify, and thank you for your time and commitment to Connecticut's future. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Fonfara.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've been investing in early childhood and preschool for a few decades now. And I still have kids in the city of Hartford who are in 3rd grade and don't know the full alphabet. How can I be assured that this initiative, why would I be assured that this initiative has any chance of changing that?
Well, unfortunately, I can't speak for Hartford. I will say here in the city of Norwalk, we, myself, our school readiness liaison, are always in childcare programs. Our programs are accredited. We do use a number of screening tools that we work with, trying to really focus in on what children need. We are doing a lot of work with families, trying to get families as early as possible at birth and even before. We just launched a program here with Read to Grow that is called Read to the Belly. And it really is trying to get parents involved in their child's education early, their child's development early. We know parents are key to this. Childcare programs and preschools cannot do it all. And so it's really important to involve parents as much as possible from the get-go. And we really do a lot within the community here in Norwalk as far as we have a number of ambassadors that go out into the community, talk to families. I mean, they're literally walking around the neighborhoods, talking to families, really encouraging folks to use the library, to use our little libraries that are scattered throughout Norwalk that have books, and to just use so many of the resources that we have at our disposal, that they can use, and then to make sure that they enroll their children in preschool. And I know the Office of Early Childhood is doing a lot to work with programs, really help teachers with professional development. We want to make sure that our teachers are well educated and are really prepared to be able to teach our young children.
Right, but you're testifying on a bill, not on what you're doing already, but on a bill that you believe and you've testified would be helpful in addressing the issues that you think are important regarding early learning.
Well, I mean, we know that investments are key, and paying our teachers are key to a high quality preschool and early care experience for kids. And so I'm trying to think. We know that it is important to get high quality staff. We know the teachers who are well educated and high quality make a difference. And through additional funding, we have programs that can't keep staff because they can't pay them. This model, our early care and education model, is really essentially flawed. Families cannot afford to pay the true cost of childcare, and programs cannot afford to pay childcare workers what they need to be paid to be able to attract and retain high quality staff.
I don't expect you to be responsible for all the issues related to the inadequacies of the system, but I think that we have a tendency, and if not a general belief, that by another program, more money, that we're going to be able to address the same challenges that when I came to the Senate 28 years ago, and I met with some kindergarten and preschool teachers at Parkville Elementary in the city, and they showed me a booklet, laminated, I still have it 28 years later, of kids who were asked to draw a face or an animal or what have you, who had preschool experience, and those that didn't. The differences were dramatic. And I suspect we're no better off today after millions, if not hundreds of millions of dollars, if not worse. So forgive me if I am not questioning the desire or the commitment, but what it will really take to give these children who need it the most a shot at life that many 85% of Connecticut's kids have. And so I hope that as we move forward with this initiative, that reality of Connecticut is included in this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Seeing no further questions, again, thank you again for being here. It's very valuable for us to hear from all of the perspectives here today. Next up, we have Georgia Goldburn. Ms. Goldburn here. There she is.
Good afternoon. Oh. Good afternoon, Senator Fanfara, Representative Horn, ranking members Martin and Cheeseman, and members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to submit testimony. My name is Georgia Goldburn. I live in Middletown, and I'm the Director of Hope for New Haven, a faith-based nonprofit located in New Haven that manages the Hope Child Development Center. And I'm the co-founder of Circle, a network of childcare providers serving children and families of color. And I'm going to deviate a lot from my testimony to respond to your question, Senator Fanfara, because I can explain to you using your own analogy why you're not getting the results, why Connecticut is not getting the results that we are hoping for. So imagine that you are building a house. You put aside a budget for construction. You take 10% of that budget and you build the entire house. And then you set aside 90% of the rest of your budget to fix whatever deficiencies you find after the house has been built. That is what Connecticut has been doing. That's why we cannot get the results that we need. I'm a former elementary school teacher working in New Haven, and I've worked in Hartford with these very children that you're talking about. And it was until I became an early childhood education provider that I understood the flaw in our investments. What HB 5002 is asking to do is to reverse the way that we are allocating our resources in this budget of building children's brains. So instead of taking 10% or a minimal amount of money to build the brain at the most critical time that is necessary for lifelong learning for these children, we are basically investing a significant more in these early learning years so that the remediation that we have to do in special education or the prison pipeline, all of those things will be deemed moot because we will have addressed the issue that is critical for these children. In my program at Hope Child Development Center, I have worked for the past 18 years to mitigate developmental delays in Black and brown children that I have a child whose pediatrician said, there is no hope for you. This child is now exceeding above even his peers in a high-performing charter school in New Haven. 5002 does the critical work that we need to do, which is to allocate more intentionally, more efficiently the resources of the state to make sure that we are not throwing good money after bad. I don't know if that ends my time, but I'm just going off script right here to answer your question.
Yeah,
I
that's
hope
why
that
we
helps.
appreciate live testimony. It's for those moments. Representative Farrar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Georgia, for being here. I did want to ask you because I know you, as you noted, you do this work every day, and I know you were also a part of the work that was done last year with the Blue Ribbon panel. And I was hoping you could speak to some of the findings and thoughts on the Blue Ribbon panel and how you see 5002 as really a potential next step or your perspective on what 5002 takes into account given your work on the Blue Ribbon panel. Thank you.
So thank you, Representative Farrar, and I'd just like to thank you for your leadership in this matter. I think what the Blue Ribbon panel, and again, I've been vocal about the fact that I don't think the Blue Ribbon panel goes far enough. I think the Blue Ribbon panel is trying to do what we've always done, which is to suggest incremental steps to solve a problem that is costing Connecticut billions. As you know, Connecticut has not recovered all of the jobs from the Great Recession. We are close to, I think we are close if we have not recovered all of the job from COVID, but we have not recovered all of the jobs lost from the Great Recession. And so what the Blue Ribbon Panel is suggesting is that this is not just an early care and education issue, but this is an economic issue for the state of Connecticut. My criticism is that we are trying to make incremental steps that will appease legislators rather than just do the tough, hard work, which is to make the critical investments. There are people who are involved in business that understand that at the beginning of a business venture, you may have to spend a little bit more for a better outcome in the future. And what we are asking 502 is basically saying is let's take some of the recommendation that the Blue Ribbon Panel has suggested and let's move that work forward once and for all. We just celebrated with the governor and with Representative DeLauro and with our mayor in New Haven, the fact that our classroom after 4 years, one classroom after 4 years have been shut down because I don't have teachers. And I cannot afford to pay the teachers the critical, the money that's needed for them to even just to live. I have teachers that are working 2 or 3 jobs after a hard day of work. And we are asking them to go back to school on top of that to get a degree. And they also have children that they have to take care of. During the pandemic, the shame that I had to confront was that while our program, which did not close during the pandemic, we stayed open for this state, and this state owes a huge debt to providers because every other educational system was closed while we were open. And we are the most chronically underfunded of all the educational system. We are being paid less than dog walkers. And HB 5002 is basically saying we need to eliminate the shame of paying the people who are caring for what we say is our most vulnerable asset, less than what a dog walker will make. And so that is how I think HB 500 addresses some of the issues. Obviously, TriShare is a pilot that we're trying to advance. And I just want to share with this panel that tomorrow I will be participating in a forum being held by the Boston Federal Reserve. And I want to share with this panel that the Boston Federal Reserve is coming to New Haven to highlight the innovative practices that's happening in Connecticut. There are lots for us to be proud of. But if we continue in this process of the land of steady habits, we are going to be left behind. Connecticut is a very expensive state to do business in. It's an expensive state to live, and it's an expensive state to raise families in. And we want to attract people to this state, not repel them from the state. 5002 helps not only the providers with a wage subsidy, but it also helps the businesses that are screaming and saying that we need workers and we cannot find workers because childcare is a barrier.
Thank you, Georgia, for your expertise and passion and care. We appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no further questions, again, thank you for being here. And again, I want to emphasize that it's having someone listening to the colloquy and responding to the moment is really important for us. And
I listen to everything.
Better than reading testimony sometimes. So thank you again.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Madam Chair?
Oh, I'm sorry. Don't go anywhere. We have a question. I'm sorry, Representative Mashinsky, I missed you. Please.
No, that's okay. The question just jumped in my head. My particular district, like Senator Fonfara's district and parts of New Haven, has a population whose first language is Spanish, and then they learn English when they settle in. Mm-hmm. Can you describe on the programs you're working with in New Haven? Are you working in a bilingual manner with the young students?
I'm so very glad that you asked that question because we are in fact doing that work. So Circle was created in response to Dr. Gilliam's report of out-of-school suspension of Black and Brown children. And we understood that the issue was related to race. We asked Dr. Gilliam that question. He wasn't prepared at the time to speak to that issue. His subsequent research on implicit bias revealed that the person that is standing in front of those children are very crucial and critical to good quality outcomes for children, more specifically Black and brown children. And so our work has been to set out to ensure that we have multilingual, multicultural, multi-generational people that are educating those children. Currently, HOPE is one of 6 pilots, workforce pilot in the state of Connecticut, that is working on training up new generations of teachers. So we are partnering with the New Haven Public Schools to identify young people who are interested in early care and education as their profession. And we're actually working with an organization called Havenly in New Haven that has people from immigrants and refugees from all over the country who are interested in working in early care and education. Currently, we are working with a population that speaks both English, Spanish, French, Arabic, Mandarin. And so we are finding people who can go into the classroom and become high quality educators that reflect the community where the children live. So in New Haven, we are seeing a large, a growing Arabic community. Obviously, we have a lot of children that speak Spanish. I was a former Spanish teacher, so I also speak Spanish with those children. And we are seeing, you know, people being from Yale, definitely coming from countries from around the world. And our workforce program is identifying people in the community that looks like the community to ensure that they have the skill and the competency to work with those children and to connect with those children, both culturally, linguistically, and socially. So yes, we are doing that work currently.
Okay. My main concern is that it's easier to teach a child to be bilingual when they're young, you know, when their brain is able to do that rapid transition. And I don't want to lose that window. So that's why I asked the question. And I hope we can follow your model statewide. Thank you.
And
Thanks, Madam Chair.
Former Spanish teacher, so I can tell you that we have children, it's the easiest thing for children to learn different languages. We have a child that's learning 3 languages right now, and we've seen that with a lot of children. So there is an ease with the way that children are picking up language, and we do want to support that. And it's not just the multicultural and multilingual that's important. The multi-generational workforce is also important because we have a lot of young families who also do not have familial support, and having people of different age groups in those classrooms are as critical to that child's development as it is in providing family support.
Okay, well, that's reassuring, and I hope we can do this statewide. Thank you. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. And now, actually seeing no other questions, I believe you won't have to jump up and sit back down again. Thank you again for being with us. Next, we have Chris Davis. Don't forget to turn your microphone on.
I was going to say good morning, but now good afternoon, Madam Chair. And how could I forget to turn on my microphone, right? Senator Fonfara, Representative Horn, Representative Cheeseman, Senator Martin, other esteemed members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. I am Christopher Davis, the Vice President of Public Policy for Connecticut Business and Industry Association. CBIA is the largest business organization in Connecticut with thousands of member employers, both small and large, representing a diverse range of industries across the state, including 93% of our membership being small businesses, less than 100 employees. I appreciate the opportunity to provide testimony first regarding Senate Bill 16 and Act concerning revenue items to implement the governor's budget. Despite recent weakening in anticipated revenue, Connecticut's budget is still stable due to the fiscal guardrails that were enacted in the 2017 bipartisan budget and extended unanimously by this General Assembly last year. These fiscal guardrails, the spending cap, the volatility cap, the revenue cap, and the bond caps, continue to work as intended and must be preserved and adhered to if Connecticut is to maintain its current fiscal stability and continue investments in critical services and programs that have helped our state recover from the pandemic-induced recession. These caps have helped the state grow at a rate sustainable by our taxpayers while also paying down billions of dollars in long-term debt. By reducing these unfunded liabilities, Connecticut is now saving nearly $700 million in each year for the next 25 years, allowing for last year's historic tax relief and providing for sustainable levels of spending for essential services. This predictability, stability, and sustainability created by the fiscal guardrails is essential to continued economic growth and investment in our state, helping unlock Connecticut's true economic potential. CBIA appreciates that Senate Bill 16 contains no new taxes and no tax increases. As Connecticut's economy continues to recover, now is not the time to take the foot off the gas pedal on our economic growth. The General Assembly must continue to explore ways to reduce the cost of employment in Connecticut, such as restoring the pass-through entity tax credit to its original levels, eliminating the corporate tax surcharge, and letting employers reduce a greater percentage of their tax liability through effective tax credits. In order to help address the workforce shortages here in Connecticut, CBIA supports the sections of the bill that eliminate the initial licensing and application fees for educators, nurses, and home childcare providers. Likewise, CBIA supports the extending of the student loan tax credit to all student loans, expanding the tools employers can use to attract and retain employees in our state. I also submitted testimony and will briefly say that in support of House Bill 5002. In particular, CBIA is supportive of Section 5 of the bill that proposes a tri-share care model in New London County, establishing this public-private partnership with an evenly shared costs for qualifying employers, qualifying employees' childcare between the state, the employer, and the employee. Right now, there's thousands of
3 minutes.
Thank you. Thousands of open jobs in New London County in the defense industry, manufacturing industry, hospitality industry. Some of the reason for that is because individuals that live in that area can't afford to find childcare to enter the workforce. By establishing the tri-share model, in particular, as recommended by the Blue Ribbon Commission in New London County, we have the opportunity to try to bring those individuals, especially women and low to moderate income individuals, back into the workforce to fill those jobs that are critically needed for our defense industries and hospitality and tourism in Connecticut. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And again, thank you for being with us and testifying on a couple of bills. I wanted to particularly ask you about 5002. So an underlying assumption of the structure that we are proposing here, and in addition to the one that already exists, is that we will be seeking investment donations from private philanthropy and business, honestly. As a representative of business and industry, as you are, I wonder whether you could comment on how we go about doing that and what would make that happen.
Certainly, and I think we heard a little bit about it this morning at the press conference that Representative Farrar put together, and we're appreciative of being invited to participate in that here today. We had a small businesswoman from Colchester testify the difficulties that not only she has with her three small children in finding childcare for herself, but more importantly for the employees that work at her business. And she was committed to participating in a tri-share model, which would be available in New London County under this bill and others that are before the General Assembly now, to make those types of investments from the private sector to partner with the public sector in order to find for those individuals under the ALICE limits to be able to access childcare that perhaps wouldn't qualify for the Care for Kids subsidies and other subsidies from the state government. Additionally, some of our large employers have indicated interest in participating in this program. I think it's important as this concept moves forward that assurances can be given to these private investors that the funds that are donated would be used for the intended purposes, which I think there's some guardrails put into place in this bill to do that. But also moving forward, the comfort that they would have in participating is really going to be relying upon the ability to know that those funds could be used for their own employees, or if so intended for the region in order to build up perhaps maybe their supply chain manufacturers as well.
Thank you. Senator Martin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Davis, good morning. Since you were a previous ranking member on this committee, and you heard testimony from our treasurer Russell. Could you speak a little bit regarding the proposal that he was suggesting that we do regarding the SDF?
I will say that, people often ask me, do I miss being in the General Assembly? And I will say that exchange between Senator Fonfara and Treasurer Russell made me miss being able to follow up with some additional questions after he asked them. I think it's an interesting concept that he's bringing forward and paying down that debt in a short period of time and looking for that long-term savings. I think with high interest right now, depending on what they're able to attain because of the fiscal guardrails and the ability to have lower interest rates right now, it may be advantageous to look at some pay-as-you-go or at least small-scale payments for things that can really jumpstart and get these projects started as quickly as possible for CBIA members to participate in the construction of these infrastructure projects. If in fact it does save over the long term while still sustaining or perhaps improving the deficits that are in that special transportation fund, I think it's important for it to be under consideration by you all here today. Unfortunately, I'm not privy to the information that I formally was made available to me from our kind friends at OFA and others to really give you a strong analysis over what he's proposing. But I think it's important that if we can pay down long-term debt, achieve savings, and still sustain that fund, it's certainly something that you guys should all be looking at.
Thank you. We have a high level of respect for your time here at the Capitol, and I thought that asking you what your thoughts were important to the committee here. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Farrar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Chris. I did want to ask you, given your presence here and the testimony you gave, could you kind of speak to how and why a focus on childcare really became such an essential priority for CBIA? I think one of the things I think through as you're here and we're considering this bill is I'm curious your thoughts on really the cost if we don't do more, right? If we don't make further investments, kind of the cost that you see to our workforce and our economy if we don't make these sorts of transformational investments.
So for CBIA, it's kind of a twofold interest in this issue. One is the immediate interest, the workforce shortage that's here in Connecticut. You have 44% of Americans saying that they, decide to work less hours or take part-time work only because of childcare issues or access to childcare. That really impacts the ability to fill the jobs that are vacant here in Connecticut. Right now, you have a labor market that's tightening, which is a positive thing in that there's less jobs available for the number of people looking for them. That means people are finding work, which is very positive. And for the employers, that's a positive thing as well. But unless that short-term access to childcare to bring those individuals back into the workforce or perhaps enter into the workforce for the first time, businesses will continue to struggle to find those workers in order to move our economy forward. On the forward-thinking side of things, access to early childhood care has proven to be one of the biggest impacts on a young person's life in order to set them up for an educational path that provides them the skills necessary in order to enter the workforce later on in life. So greater access to early childhood care and education will not only impact today's workforce shortages, but also provide a greater workforce for the state of Connecticut moving forward.
Thank you. Thanks for charting that out for us and for being with us today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good to see you today, Chris. With regard, I'm following up on the Chair Horn's question in terms of the willingness of CBIA to provide and your members to provide real financial support. And you mentioned particular support for the TRISHARE program. But again, I know you can't speak for everyone. Would there be a larger commitment in terms of donations to the fund in general? Do you think there would be an appetite for that?
I think they would, as long as I mentioned, assurance that that money that they contribute goes directly to either their employees or to their region or perhaps to their industry, right? So I think if there's ways to develop a system based off the recommendations of this commission, perhaps to provide those assurances. And I know it's very tough given that it would be almost commingled with public funds at that point being a public-private partnership and held in trust by the state to put on those requirements. If there's ways to do it, I think that would give the greater insurance to those businesses to want to step up and make those contributions on behalf of their workforce.
Thank you. And my other question has to do with SB 16. And you mentioned the removal of those initial licensure fees for those particular occupations. And I'd just like you to comment generally, again, you're not going to be speaking for all your businesses, but what you see going forward in terms of the state's burden with regard to licensing fees, regulatory fees, because I know we talk taxation a lot, but those regulatory burdens can be equally onerous.
Yeah, and when it comes to licensing, it's kind of a twofold issue for Connecticut that kind of makes us an outlier, especially against some of our peer states, in that not only do we require higher than usual licensing fees, but we also require a significant amount of training and other costs that come along with getting those licenses compared to some other states. And then we also make it more difficult to then transfer your license from those other states to Connecticut without either lengthy process or demonstration of your skill sets. So by reducing these initial fees, it's a step in the right direction. Obviously, it won't have as large of an impact as in not requiring any fees, which I don't think anybody is recommending doing, because there's certainly, especially in healthcare, you need those fees in order to help pay for some of the investigations of abuses that happen out there, right? But by reducing licensing fees, whether it be these three sectors that are mentioned in this bill, the bill before the General Law Committee that talks about occupational license fees through DCP, and I believe it was Senate Bill 74 that was in this committee a couple of weeks ago as well, addressing the need to lower those costs in order to try to bring individuals into the workforce. And it's similar to the argument for the early childhood care access, that individuals that are lower to moderate income, it's a real barrier for them to be able to move up in their career in order to pay for those additional training or that additional license to move up either within their own field or transfer over to another field, or in many cases, attain that license in order to start their own business. So anything that the General Assembly can do to lower those costs would be beneficial for the economy moving forward.
Thank you. And I know you've been involved in the, what is it, the 401c2, the new endeavor, the nonprofit arm of CBIA, and you were doing a series of workshops around the state. And one of the areas that you indicated was of concern and people were, talking about was that regulatory burden.
Mm-hmm.
And I just ask you, when will that report be available? Because I think it would be of a great deal of interest, not only to this committee, but to everybody else who has anything to do with trying to grow the Connecticut economy.
Yes, so for those who don't know, the CBIA last fall launched a nonprofit 501c3 nonprofit that is looking to build a long-term economic plan for the state of Connecticut from the private sector's perspective. But in doing so, we've involved the public sector, the public unions, private unions, many different philanthropy sides, and have established this nonprofit that on the board is the Connecticut Education Association, Dalio Foundation, along with many other employers across the state that are some that are members of CBIA and some that are not members of CBIA, and brought this group together in order to try to come up with this economic plan for the state. That took place over the last few months, including 18 different forums across the entire state of Connecticut, hearing from employers and other interested parties on how we can move our state forward. We're hoping to have this report available by early this summer, so it'll be put in place with some of those short-term and long-term plans in time for the next General Assembly to begin in January.
Thank you. I'll look forward to reading that, and I hope I'll be here to help implement some of those ideas. Thank you, Chris. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no further questions, it's nice to have you in this new role back in this old committee.
Always great to be here. Thank you so much.
Next up, we have Representative Rachel Khanna, who I believe is online.
Good morning, co-chairs Senator Fonfara, Representative Horn, Senator Martin, Representative Cheeseman, Senator Miller, Senator Moore, Representative Farrar, and esteemed members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. I appreciate the opportunity to testify this morning in support of HB 5002, an act concerning early childhood and education. Childcare and the lack of available and affordable early childhood education programs have been frequent topics of conversation with many constituents in my district. Families are weaving together a patchwork solution to allow them to provide care for their children while also continuing to earn a living to support them. Grandparents are bouncing between homes to help care for grandchildren so the parents can work. There are mothers for whom going back to work makes no economic sense given the cost of early childhood education programs. Connecticut, like many other states, is facing an early childhood education crisis. Right now, our state lacks a sufficient number of spots in early childhood education and childcare programs to meet the current demand. The lack of early childhood education program worsens the gender gap in workforce participation. Nationally, there's currently a 27% gender gap due to the lack of available and affordable early childhood education and care programs. In addition, increased demand for high-quality early childhood education programs will only exacerbate the situation as we feel the effects of the ongoing influx of young families to Connecticut, and the recent change to the kindergarten enrollment deadline takes effect this fall. Our fiscal guardrails have put our state on sound economic footing. More and more businesses are choosing our state. We've created many great reasons for people and businesses to make Connecticut their home, and it's working. We need affordable and available early childhood education programs to keep this momentum going. Investing in early childhood education programs has been shown to yield a 7 to 13% return. Therefore, I urge you to pass House Bill 5002 out of committee so we can address the critical need for early childhood education programs in Connecticut. I thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Representative Khanna. Seeing no questions, thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Terrell Tolson.
Yes, thank you.
Floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Terrell Tolson. I am a current sophomore at Hopkins School and a current intern under the Education Committee at the Connecticut General Assembly. Today, I am testifying in support of HB number 5002, an act concerning early childhood care and education. Early childhood care and education lay out the foundation for skills that children will need as they progress through education and in life. In early childhood education, children learn about numbers and how to count, which is a necessary skill for the future when they need to do their algebra homework or filing taxes as an adult. As a young child, my mother had trouble finding a school for me. My mom understood the importance of early childhood education, so she made sure to find a high-quality preschool, despite many of them having very few spots. She persisted in her search and eventually found a school with a spot open for me. I will always be grateful for my mom for valuing my education at an early age, and this led to me to understand the importance of my education, which led me to be here today. Connecticut has one of the largest educational gaps in America. Quality of education can vary drastically from even neighboring towns. But by starting with this bill and starting by helping early childhood care and education, I believe that we can use this to work to close Connecticut's education gap. For these reasons, I am testifying in support of HB number 5002, an act concerning early childhood care and education. Honorable chairs and distinguished committee members, thank you for your time and consideration. I'm open to questions.
Thank you for being with us, and thank you for your advocacy as a young person. It's really valuable. I hope it's a habit-forming thing for you. Seeing no questions for you, thank you again for your advocacy and for your work in the General Assembly. Next up, we have Tara Volpe. You are on mute. There we go.
So, no, you could not hear me. Just testifying with a pretty bad headache right now, so please work with me. Members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee, my name is Tara Volpe. I am a proud Connecticut resident and voter. Thank you for the opportunity allowing me to testify in support of HB 5002. In my former life, I was an early childhood educator for over 20 years. I understand intimately how hard that work is, and what you need to know to care for an early for young children. I also know, based on my pay scale during those 20 years, how deeply undervalued the early care and education profession is. And after decades of excuses and roadblocks, it needs to change. And HB 5002 is a significant step in that direction. By providing meaningful, sustained funding in early care and education, Connecticut not only sends a message that this profession and industry should have as much respect as any other, but it ensures that these professionals will finally earn a survivable wage and will ensure that more families will be able to find affordable quality care for their children. The early care and education of Connecticut's youngest citizens is both an art and a science. It is also the profession that allows Connecticut's parents to get to work every day. HB 5002 gives families a greater opportunity to secure childcare, and it also lifts these professionals doing this work out of poverty wages. And for these reasons and more, I urge you to support HB 5002.
Thank you, Tara. I'll ask a question related to Senator Fonfara's question earlier, which is, how do we make sure that we are doing something different than, this problem is not new. We have been identifying it for many years. And how do we make sure that this will actually, what we're doing here today, will actually, go to help address childcare deserts and inequities?
Yeah. So childcare deserts exist in areas where there is low income, poverty. So we see these in rural areas, and we can see them in our cities. And part of the reason why these childcare deserts exist is because the wages to work in these centers are so low that they're not drawing in enough people to offer enough slots for a community. And the other reason is because if you're not making enough money to send your child to childcare, that child either stays home with you or oftentimes ends up at a relative's house or a friend's house. And those people do a wonderful job taking care of children, but they don't have training in things like literacy and early childhood math strategies. And so it continues this perpetuating cycle of not paying people enough money or not finding ways, avenues to help families pay for childcare, that kind of keeps this cycle going year after year, decade after decade. And so when you have children, even more children in early childhood settings, you are not only creating the building blocks for kindergarten readiness, but once those children get if a child isn't kindergarten ready when they enter kindergarten, they are behind. They can be behind for years. And that can impact their long-term earning potential also. So again, it just continues to perpetuate the cycle. So when we invest in early childhood in a meaningful way that supports both families, children, and providers, we are truly supporting all of Connecticut and its economy and its ability for people to pull themselves up and out of poverty and low wage earning situations. If that made any sense with my terrible headache.
Well, I hope you're on the mend. Senator Fonfara.
Thank you. And I thank you very much for your question, Madam Chair, and for the response. And I don't know if many in this building appreciate what you just said regarding if you're behind when you enter kindergarten, and every child entering kindergarten in the state is assessed, and you can see the dramatic difference in readiness at that age with certain populations in this state, and I'm sure rural is no exception. I don't represent a rural area, but I don't think we have a monopoly on these challenges. But if you're behind at that age, I would add to what you indicated about you could be behind for years. I would argue that in many cases you are behind for the rest of your life. Statistically, it has been shown that you are behind in kindergarten. You're likely not reading by third grade. You're likely not graduating with skills that this economy requires. And you're essentially dooming that child to a life of substandard income, probably living in a community where their chances of being incarcerated are greater, their lifespans are shorter. And in many respects, we're okay with it in either our ignorance or our unwillingness, even if we are aware, to do anything about it. I feel very strongly that this bill has to have that front of mind, or else there'll be another iteration 10 years from now, 15 years from now, where the same types of testimony will be before us with the hope of well-meaning and well-intentioned people, both on this side and on that side, with the same hope and expectations that this initiative has had. And I say this too often about my time here, but I remember Moira Lyons coming forward with a proposal on early childhood education and how much hope there was. It's like we say we're all getting into the van, we're going to go to New York City, and we just put $5 of gas into the tank. And we know that $5 will not get us to New York. Whether we're serious about this or we're about patting each other on the back and saying, look what we just did. I hope it's the former and not the latter. Sorry for the speech, Madam Chair, but I appreciate the testimony of the speaker, and I hope she as well feels better soon.
Thank you so much. And I am in agreement with you, Senator Fonfara. There is much work to be done going forward, but I think this bill is a really solid first step. Thank you.
Thank you, Tara. And we are learning much about the current situation, but also a reminder of where we have been in the past, I think is a really important thing to make sure that we're doing something differently this time to get a different result. Seeing no further questions, I will call our next speaker, Wendy DeLuca.
Good afternoon. My name is Wendy DeLuca. I'm here as not only someone who works in the field, but I'm here more importantly as a parent. Our daughter's preschool daycare was more than just in quotation marks a school. It was really an extension of our family. And she was in preschool right as COVID hit. And throughout COVID, we had our preschool as an extension of our family and for continued learning. And because of that, she was prepared for kindergarten. And as we just pointed out, the expectations for kindergarten are much higher now than they were, say, when in the 1980s when I grew up. And it's only with pre-K, with qualified teachers, that our kids can be prepared to go into kindergarten. So I can say as a parent that not only was my daughter prepared, but we had a family, we had a cushion, we had a support system during a horrible, traumatic time for all of us with COVID, and of course, other personal things that go on. So I want to stress the importance that daycare preschool is fundamentally just as important as any other educational system. And in our society, we, as children are about to enter kindergarten, most families can rely on the fact that our public schools will be there. We have inequities, we have controversies, but by and large, in every town in the state of Connecticut, you can rely on a public school for K through 12. Our families cannot feel guaranteed that they have an affordable, high quality, or even any preschool daycare in all parts of Connecticut. The whole educational system of 0 to 5 is underfunded, undersupported. It's so difficult for families to find affordable spots. And so I urge the committee, I urge the state of Connecticut to take a real step in making daycare preschool as much of a constant and a guarantee as any other childhood education is. And it would be void of any kind of political debates. It shouldn't be up for grabs if this year it's funded or not, not next year. So I urge us to see early childhood education as just as important as K through 12.
Thank you, Mr. Lucas. Senator Cohen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to hop on to say hi, Wendy.
Hi.
Good to see you, and
too.
thank you for all of your good work in Branford. I appreciate your testimony today. We've heard from some of your colleagues in the industry and some of my colleagues, the importance of this. I know Senator Fanfara has been a long time proponent of ensuring that we have good access to early childhood care and making sure that our students across the state of Connecticut have great outcomes, as are so many here on this committee and beyond the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. And as you mentioned, I think there's a real deficit in the state of Connecticut. In terms of subsidized programs, affordable programs. So many of the programs are private, and as a result, really unaffordable to children, and preventing some of those outcomes in some of the lower income communities, especially for our Alice families across the state. So it's just a comment. I wanted to come on and say thank you. The same goes for all of your colleagues. Really, you just happen to be a constituent, so I wanted to say thanks, but just so greatly appreciate all the good work that you're doing in this arena. So thanks so much for your advocacy today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Cohen, and thank you, Mr. Luca. Next up, we have John Catalan.
Senator Fanfara, Representative Horn, Senator Martin, Representative Cheeseman, members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is John Catalan. I'm testifying on behalf of the Connecticut Alliance of YMCAs, the leading nonprofit provider of childcare in the state of Connecticut, in support of House Bill 5002. House Bill 5002 is essential to addressing the current child care crisis in the state of Connecticut. Connecticut's child care programs are currently facing an enormous challenge. YMCAs in Connecticut alone currently have over 120 early child care job openings, which has resulted in 20 early child care classrooms being closed. Statewide, there are about 4,000 early child care job openings that remain unfilled. To implement the recommendations from Governor Lamont's Blue Ribbon Panel on Child Care, which suggests a $2 billion investment over 5 years, establishing the Connecticut Early Childhood Education Fund is imperative. House Bill 5002 represents a significant opportunity to make meaningful investments in early child care and education. It ensures that working families can access affordable, high-quality, safe childcare while acknowledging the value of educators and providers by offering them the compensation they deserve. Investing in our state's early child care system is an investment in Connecticut's future. I urge you to consider the countless families, educators, and children who will benefit from the passage of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Farrar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, John, for being with us. Two questions for you. One, I know, as you mentioned, the Wise are our largest nonprofit provider, and you mentioned also really the lack of child care slots that you're able to provide. Can you share with us really what it to you is at the heart of that problem, why we have so many slots that we cannot fill?
Yep. We cannot find staff. I mean, that's really the answer. We're offering them $2 more per hour than the minimum wage. We can't hire staff. They are going to other positions where they make slightly more. And we are limited what we can, how we can compensate these families if we're receiving funds from school readiness or care for kids. We can't increase the parent contribution, so that limits the revenue that is coming in. And childcare on average in this state costs between $15,000 to $20,000 per child on a yearly basis. We can't, in a good conscience, ask families to pay more than they're already paying for childcare. So, the biggest obstacle we face right now in the childcare industry is hiring staff.
Thank you for that. And just to follow up to that, I think I had a question in reference to how, if there was anything particularly during COVID that you all felt supported the workforce, and is there something in particular as we look towards how this fund could best support the workforce that we should be considering?
Well, I know that our childcare staff greatly appreciated the childcare bonuses that were provided by the administration and by the members of the General Assembly. But, those were a Band-Aid, and people appreciated them, and that money's pretty much gone now. And now these childcare workers are like, well, where's my bonus that I've been receiving the last 3 years? Well, it's not there anymore. And we're even concerned that we're going to lose more staff because of this.
Thank you, John. Thanks for illuminating those issues as to why we can't serve more kids and their families. Thank you, John. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Yakarino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be very quick. Thank you, John, for testimony. I don't have a Y in North Haven any longer, although they say it's North Haven, Wallingford, or Hamden Y, but Wallingford, my next town over, has a very vibrant Y. My question to you is, two questions. Albrook Steel, the Boys and Girls Club, it's a private Albrook Steel that just had their 100th anniversary. They have Boys and Girls Clubs. They have quite a few slots that are filled. How many families could you take through the Ys of the state of Connecticut? How many families, how many empty slots are, and how many could you actually fill? What's the capacity?
So we're licensed currently. So as I said before, so we have 20 classrooms closed, which, that would take we could take anywhere between 200 to 400 children with that. We have 176 licensed classrooms in the state of Connecticut. So if those were, filled to capacity, the legal capacity, I mean, you're talking at least 15, depending on the size of the room, 15 to 20 additional children per classroom. So, I'm, with the waiting lists and all that, I think we could definitely take another 1,000 children right now. I mean, we currently serve almost 6,500 children in the state of Connecticut with early childcare.
I know you have after school childcare also.
Yes.
And the other Ys. And do you work with Albrook at all? Albrook Steel, they have a vibrant presence in North Haven, Meriden, and New Haven.
Yeah.
In Wallingford, actually.
Yeah, I don't do that myself.
Okay.
I know that our Y in Wallingford, I believe, has a relationship with them. And, obviously we partner with a lot of different organizations, youth service bureaus, police athletic leagues, things like that to, try to assist these children and provide them childcare before and after school.
And your Ys are throughout the state. How many Ys? So we could.
Right. We have 20 corporate YMCAs in the state of Connecticut. And some of those have branches. So we have over 60 facilities in the state of Connecticut. And some of our, programs we run in schools, in particular before and after school. Some of them are held on, most of them are held on on site at the YMCA's though.
I appreciate what you and the Y does, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming today, John. The tri-share model.
Right.
Often that will require a sort of facilitating organization. Is this something the Y is willing to take on? And I know in terms of the incubator, which we looked at in another committee, again, requires a sort of overarching facilitating organization. I'd just like you to comment on that.
Yeah, absolutely. We are, I will admit we do not have a huge presence in New London County. Unfortunately, a few of the Ys from the past have closed in that county. But we are more than eager to step up if we can identify the staff and find adequate locations. I do want to stress with that tri-share model that I think that model has to be a benefit to the whole community and just can't be for certain workers from a certain industry, because I don't think anyone on this committee wants childcare to be a condition of employment. And so I think the fact that tri-share model is very interesting, and I've read a little bit about it, what they're doing in other states. We are more than happy to step up to administer those programs. Obviously we would need some assistance, as I said, in identifying and paying staff more, and obviously finding an adequate location, that we could make sure is licensed properly. But we're more than willing to do it. And I'll admit, Representative, we've had some conversations with leaders in that part of the state. And unfortunately, they haven't really progressed as far as we would like them. So I think hopefully this tri-share model could hopefully move that conversation along.
Thank you. Thank you for those answers. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no further questions, thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Bright Johnson, who I believe is online.
Good afternoon. I'm Bright Johnson, Connecticut Government Relations Director for the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network, speaking in opposition to Section 20 of SB 16, specifically relating to tobacco control funding for fiscal 25. We have submitted written testimony which details the cost of tobacco use in Connecticut, the disappointing and uneven history of tobacco control funding over the decades, and indisputable evidence in support of the vital role tobacco control plays in helping people quit and preventing kids from ever starting. Earlier this month, the Public Health and Appropriations Joint Committees met for the first time since the Obama administration on this issue and unanimously voted in favor of the Tobacco and Health Trust Fund Board fiscal 23 allocation recommendations for tobacco control funding, according to CDC best practices. However, what should be a period of celebration instead finds us once again before you, hat in hand, to urge you, don't harm progress because of the process. Despite the intent of the General Assembly in 2022 to provide continuous, ongoing, and appropriate annual funding for tobacco control programs, the budget revision before you today would suspend the 2025 annual deposit of $12 million for 1 year. This suspension, just as implementation is underway, is said to be due to the time it took to reconstitute the Tobacco and Health Trust Fund Board. The budget that restored tobacco control funding for the first time in 7 years passed in June of 2022. The first funding of $12 million was made available 10 months later in 2023 as part of the annual master settlement deposit that takes place every April. The Tobacco and Health Trust Fund Board was reconstituted over the interim and allocated all $12 million of the available fiscal 23 funding last month, and those recommendations were approved 2 weeks ago. For the moment, then, the work of the board is already all caught up. The second round of annual funding of $12 million for fiscal 24 will not be available for allocation until April of this year, again, because that's when the MSA payment takes place. So even if the board scheduled a meeting for tomorrow, they can't allocate money that isn't available yet. Those funds will be allocated by the board this October. Any future funding couldn't occur again until April 2025. In the meantime, RFPs will be going out, operationalizing existing funding and providing time to learn from the experience of that funding. If enacted, this suspension of 12 million for fiscal 25 would be the 84th time the fund has been swept, cut, reduced, or redirected in its 22-year history. Continuity of services and programs is essential, as not everyone reacts to benefits the same way. Some take longer to be able to quit. Some react better to some therapies, for example, than others. Interruptions in services due to fluctuating funding will only exacerbate the problem and reduce the number of people that would benefit. We are not asking for a new funding source or to create new bureaucracy, only to utilize a portion of that which comes to this state every year for this very purpose. We urge this committee that not only should funding that follows CDC best practices continue, but be increased to 22.7 million annually, the minimum level recommended by the CDC. Don't let Connecticut fail us once again by inadequately funding proven strategies to reverse this entirely preventable problem. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I'd like to take this opportunity to put a fine point on something that I believe you said. It has been claimed to me and others on the committee that this additional, the funding that we put into the budget last year, in effect, the 12 million, was not necessary because the council has just been set up, and so as a result, there's a backlog of funding available. And I know you just said this, but I'd like to just put a really fine point on it. Is there a backlog of funding available to enable you to move forward?
Nope, the funding for fiscal 24 will not be made available until next month. Theoretically, the board could come together and allocate that funds before the end of this legislative session if they wanted to, once that money becomes available. But as I said, they can't spend money that isn't there yet. So all of the money that they have the ability to spend has been allocated, and both the Public Health and Appropriations Committees met last month for the first time since the Obama administration, as I said, and unanimously approved those allocation recommendations. So that money is going to be going out very shortly.
Thank you. Representative Farrar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Bright, for being here for your testimony. One question for you. You mentioned there was a minimum recommendation from the CDC, but I was hoping you could share with us how Connecticut compares to other states in our efforts to use these dollars to prevent tobacco use.
So let me start with the minimum recommendation. The CDC bases those recommendations off of a number of factors unique to each state, and every state has a different recommended number. In Connecticut, the full recommendation is for 32 million annually. However, up until 2022, if you had added together all of the money that we had spent cumulatively, it was less than the 32 million that they recommend annually. How do we compare to the rest of the country? Well, the rest of the country takes advantage of the flaw in the master settlement language as much as we have in many cases. I can't speak to every other state in terms of whether or not they have redirected these funds as many times as we have, but not very many states have spent the money as was intended by the master settlement. Those that have seen significant results in a reduction of tobacco deaths, a reduction in tobacco use, and considerable savings over time to their healthcare systems.
Thank you, Bright, for noting how that calculation is done. And you actually generated a second question for me while I have you. You mentioned that the full recommended amount was $32 million. And is there any estimate of how, if we actually made that spend, the number of deaths we could prevent, or any indication of how that would improve our overall health as a state?
Well, I think it would have a significant impact, but that is just one part of a number of policy changes that could have an even larger impact, including a robust, not only a robust tobacco control program, but regular and significant increases in the taxation of all tobacco products, as well as wow, I'm drawing a blank on the third issue, brain freeze. I apologize. People that are going to be speaking to this issue can follow up on that. But I think that you could be looking at a significant decrease in the number of annual deaths in this state, a significant decrease in the annual costs in the state, which, by the way, tobacco use costs about $2.03 billion annually in healthcare costs. Additionally, we lose about 4,100 people in this state annually to tobacco use, which amounts to about 11 a day. So statistically speaking, at least one person, maybe two, will die during the course of this hearing today because of tobacco use.
Thank you, Bright. Thank you. And if you think of that third thing, don't hesitate with following up with us on the committee. I appreciate you sharing this. As someone whose father has smoked most of his life, I am very aware of the health consequences on him and so many in our community. So thank you. Thank you, the chair.
Thank you. Representative Claritas Detria.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Bryce, for being here today. I just want to make sure people understand what you're saying. The CDC, what's the amount that the CDC recommends? I thought it was 22.7 million.
They have a range of a recommendation. The full recommendation is 32 million. The minimum recommendation is 22.7.
Okay. And then as a follow-up to that, what is, you had mentioned that in 2025, there will not be funding put in a line item for this?
That's correct. The budget revision proposal that was introduced in February calls for a 1-year suspension of the funding in fiscal 25.
Okay, thank you. I know I appreciate your advocacy in this. It's very important. And we do hope, at least, you know, we've been proposing in public health for the CDC 22.7 million. And if we can't get that, the 12 million that we did receive, I think, and I hope we move forward and continue with that funding, because this is a very important issue that we need to address. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none. Jade Thomas.
Co-chairs Horn, Fanfara, ranking members Cheeseman and Martin, and honorable members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Jade Thomas, and I'm a policy specialist at All Our Kin. All Our Kin is a national nonprofit that trains and supports over 600 licensed home-based childcare providers in Connecticut who have the capacity to care for more than 3,000 of the state's youngest children. I am offering testimony in support of HB 5002, an act concerning early childhood care and education. Children need and deserve our investment. So do the early educators that support them. For each of us, learning begins at birth. In fact, the first years of a child's life have long-lasting impacts, with 90% of a child's brain development occurring by age 5. However, revenue has not followed the research. Decades of underfunding have left the state's childcare system in crisis, but Connecticut is working to turn the tide. All Our Kin applauds efforts by state leaders to create a permanent and dedicated fund to support early childhood. As Connecticut works to ensure its fiscal well-being, the Early Care and Education Fund will allow the state to expend the funds needed to stabilize the industry. The lack of investment in early childhood is felt by families, educators, and employers. Parents and caregivers rely on high quality and affordable care to nurture and educate their children and return to work. Yet in Connecticut, many families struggle to access care. Connecticut currently faces a deficit of 40,000 childcare slots due to staff shortages. Family childcare educators are passionate about supporting young children, but they struggle to support themselves and their families, making it challenging to stay in the field. Educators deserve to be well compensated for their critical work, but they continue to stagnate their own wages to subsidize a broken system. The creation of a wage supplement for early childhood providers is aligned with the recommendations of the Blue Ribbon Panel and will help to provide much needed support for home-based and center-based providers. Tackling our childcare challenges will require commitment from a number of key stakeholders, including members of the business community. It is encouraging that state policymakers and business leaders are making the connection between childcare access, our workforce, and the state economy. Public-private partnerships are an innovative way to address gaps in the childcare system. Improving childcare access for all Connecticut families will require long-term state investment. Families deserve to have access to high-quality, affordable childcare regardless of their employer or geographic location. Again, childcare is a smart investment. Research from economist James Heckman found that society gains $7 to $12 in economic returns over the long term for every dollar spent on high-quality early care and education.
You've reached 3 minutes. Please summarize.
Thank you. Let's help to secure our state's future by investing now in children and the educators that support them. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much, Ms. Thomas. Questions?
Thank you.
Josh Kelly?
Of 5002. My name is Josh Kelly. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Thames Valley Council for Community Action, known as TVCCA, which is one of 9 federally and state designated community action agencies that exist in Connecticut. One of the primary services that we provide in the 21 towns that we serve in southeastern Connecticut in particular is early childhood care and education. TVCCA is a proud member of the CT Early Childhood Alliance, and my testimony today is brought to you in conjunction with fellow Alliance members. Finding affordable, accessible childcare has become an insurmountable challenge for many in Connecticut, and the ramifications of this fact are numerous. According to Annie E. Casey Kids Count data, the average cost of childcare in the state of Connecticut is $18,156 per year per child for center-based education. The choice between paying and staying home forces many out of the workforce who otherwise would want and be able to enter the workforce, which could fill gaps that exist in Connecticut's job market. Childcare costs are particularly burdensome for single parents and parents with lower incomes, and we feel strongly as one of Connecticut's anti-poverty agencies that our state government has a responsibility to take action and provide families with an increased opportunity to better their condition through gainful employment without being overburdened by the cost of childcare. The conditions I have referenced to this point are not a product of chance, but rather a product of the systems that our state has in place at the present time. A lack of financial investment in early childhood education and care has led to low wages in the childcare field, which in turn has led to thousands of vacancies in childcare centers around the state, which in turn has led to tens of thousands of childcare slots going unfilled. Decreased supply and increased demand is driving the price of childcare up, creating an unaffordable environment and what we see in today's economy. At TVCCA, we're feeling these impacts directly. Largely due to salaries, which reflect state and federal investment, we've struggled to hire staff needed to adequately support our childcare facilities, and multiple classrooms have been closed within our facilities over the past year alone. In the post-pandemic era, we've experienced wait lists dozens of children long, and parents have told me personally that they feel lucky to have only waited 6 or 9 months to have their child placed at a TVCCA childcare facility. TVCCA is also facing critical capital challenges as we strive to continue to provide a healthy, productive learning environment at our Groton Child Care Center, where we're still in need of millions of dollars to complete a facility replacement and expansion. The problem also lies in physical infrastructure, not just with wages and programmatic costs. Actions can be taken to address this, and HB 5002 provides some key first steps towards addressing the present crisis. This bill's creation of an early childhood education fund marks a significant and meaningful investment in childcare that can begin to address issues of low staff wages and general childcare affordability across the state. The creation of an early child education fund advisory commission will put a perennial emphasis on the matter of childcare, which is sorely needed as we look to remedy the present crisis once and for all. Furthermore, the TriShare initiative in New London County, where TVCCA operates, is an important pilot that will help our state better assess whether this type of joint investment.
3 minutes.
States.
Please summarize.
Thank you very much. Employers and employees is a model that can work across our state. So on behalf of TVCCA, I strongly support the adoption of HB 5002 and I'm happy to answer any questions if you should have them.
Questions for Mr. Kelly? Representative Cheeseman to be followed by Representative Wagner.
Thank you, Chair Fanfara. Good to see you today, Josh. And I just want to touch on that Tri-Share program. I know, one, we need a sort of central organization to help organize that. And two, I know one of the needs, particularly with our largest employer, Electric Boat, is the need for that second shift childcare coverage. And I wondered if you could address both points for me, please.
Absolutely. With the Tri-Share model, TVCCA certainly being a primary childcare provider in New London County stands ready to assist in whatever way the state deems necessary. And we want to be an active partner in that program. Regarding Electric Boat and some of the second shift needs that exist down in New London County, we also stand ready as partners. Currently, we do not offer childcare as a second shift. We do not have funding to provide that level of care in that shift. That's a conversation between state, federal agencies that we work with and Electric Boat that we are very interested in pursuing. And actually, I had the opportunity just earlier to speak with a representative from that company about some of their needs. So looking forward to following up on that.
Thank you. Glad to hear it. Thank you, Chairman Fanfara.
Thank you. Representative Baumgardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think the good ranking member summarized I think both of my questions very well. Just to piggyback off what she shared, with the unprecedented growth at Electric Boat, it's absolutely critical that we deploy the number of slots, early childhood slots needed to allow for so many parents to go to work. And so just want to thank you for your leadership. Also wanted to congratulate you on the SIF award, $2 million for the pre-development costs relating to the Early Childhood Center in Groton. I was really looking forward to seeing that project get off the ground. But, in your conversations with some of the other early childhood providers within the area, I'm curious to hear how they're doing currently. It's also my understanding there's been some preschools that are even right now questioning whether or not they have the bandwidth or resources to continue operating. So could you speak to some of those concerns and how that interplays with the work that we're doing here with HB 5002?
You've heard it here a few times today, and I don't think it's any surprise. The number one issue that we're seeing is having attractive wages, having a set of offerings for our employees that help them not just walk in the door in the first place, but also convince them to stay in our employment. We're losing, and I don't think that there's any member of the committee that would likely be willing to say that teachers are paid enough in this state, but we're losing staff members to our public schools, where they can instantly start $10,000, $20,000 more per year than they can start working at TVCCA, which is an unfortunate shame. So these are very similar comments that I've been hearing from other childcare providers. It's just an ability to attract those staff members to be able to offer the slots that we are permitted to offer, and also trying to expand capacity beyond that. If staffing was no object and we could just focus on the capital improvements, that would be much better from my perspective. TVCCA is ready to expand in New London. We're ready to expand in Groton. We want to offer more childcare slots, but it requires capital investment as well as the staffing to go along with it. So it's a multi-pronged approach, but I appreciate your thoughtfulness about it, and I'll continue to have those conversations down in New London County.
Thank you, Josh, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Randy Collins. Let's see, Randy. Kate Diaz.
Good afternoon. I'm Kate Diaz. I'm the president of the Connecticut Education Association, and I have the privilege of representing 43,000 educators, from aspiring educators who are enrolled in our colleges and universities, all the way through to our beloved retirees who someday I hope to join. But in the interim, I'm here to ask for your support on SB 16, which is the Governor's Act that is going to remove the $200 application fee for our starting teachers. This is clearly a critical time for us to focus on recruitment and retention. We sit in a space where we have over 1,200 vacancies for educators in the state of Connecticut, and we don't have the pipeline to support it at this time. And those vacancies are really critical because they're increasing in areas like special education. So whatever we can do to incentivize people to come into the profession is a welcome source of support. Removing this barrier of the certification fee is a great step in that direction. Our early career educators are talking to us about fees that can go up to $1,500 for a starting educator between testing certification. And those are enormous fiscal barriers to entry to a profession whose starting salary is roughly $48,000 in the state of Connecticut. So I think looking at that fee and reducing it is an exceptional thing to do. I'd encourage the committee to also continue to dig a little deeper in terms of the questions of recruitment and retention, and to see if there's a way to also incentivize our teachers to stay in the profession through maybe a tax credit program. I recognize that you are not involved in the negotiation of our salaries, but if there is an opportunity on the revenue side to provide a tax credit for educators, I think it's a way to continue to put money, quite frankly, back into the economy. Our teachers aren't making such enormous salaries that they're sitting on the funds that we give them. A tax credit allows our teachers to continue to participate in their local economies, to provide opportunities for them to purchase homes, and to really be participants fiscally in their different communities. As you well know, across the state of Connecticut, it is very hard to sometimes work and live in the same community. So if there's opportunity to explore that idea, I would encourage the committee to do so. We certainly are really prioritizing recruitment and retention. Our school systems live and die by the educators in them. And if we don't have educators in our school systems, we will have nothing but failing school systems. So I know that sounds a little alarmist, but it is how I'm starting to feel, because it is a critical issue in terms of recruiting, retaining, and making sure we have a vibrant workforce to take care of the children in our state. They deserve nothing less than our very best, and we need to continue to find ways to support our educators. I thank and applaud this initial start with removing the certification fee, and look forward to continue to working with this committee and all the rest of the legislature on ways to uplift this critical profession. Thank you so much.
I'm going to speak for myself here. I'd be a lot more receptive to the second part of your request if you had commented on 5,002, but yet you chosen not to.
We have, well, we initially started with the governor's proposal. And in terms of the 5,002, we certainly do support the work that we're doing with the early childcare. I don't know if there's something in particular you would like me to comment on.
Well, that's been the dominant testimony today. Many people coming here and talking about the low wages that and losing people from this profession because of the low wages. And I can't help but believe that the overwhelming percentage of your teachers that you represent would feel a lot better about their job if they were teaching the grade that they were hired to teach instead of 2 grades lower or what have you. That happens, unfortunately, in too many cases, at least teachers that I speak with.
Oh, I think that we certainly want alignment with our teachers. I'll say this. Teachers want to work in the grade band that they are trained, prepared, and excited to be in. When we do move them around in ways that doesn't support that, that's not healthy for anyone. In terms of the low wages, particularly with respect to the early childcare, I think it's very disrespectful to the incredible work that they're trying to do. And we have a lot of people who move out of early childhood and into certified positions in the public system to try and to get the wages that allow it to be livable. So certainly we fully support anything that allows our early child care system to be vibrant and full of people who really are skilled and trained to do the work of laying the groundwork that is so critical. We have long been and will continue to be partners with the early childhood process. We benefit from their hard work for sure.
Your union doesn't represent these members, do they?
No, we don't directly. We represent anyone who is working in a preschool that's in a public school, though. So we have overlap and certainly do want to see. And when they're in a public school system, we do have the opportunity to negotiate their wages.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Diaz? Oh, Senator Fazio.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you, Ms. Diaz, for your testimony. There are, I believe, 3 different certifications that a public school teacher needs in Connecticut, and they're all $200 to $300. I assume you would be supportive of cutting all 3 of them in the long run.
In the long run, I absolutely would. I think that there is really nothing tremendously gained. I think when I asked once, it was like $3 million brought in certification fees. And honestly, in the grand scheme of things, I'm not sure that that's really the cost benefit that we necessarily need to see in the budget. If there's a way to free it all the way up, we would welcome that. And I certainly think that this is a great start, but absolutely, we would be supportive of waiving those fees.
Thank you. And I and other colleagues on this committee have proposed that bill. I think normally it goes to the Education Committee a couple of years in a row. So we applaud the governor's proposal here on one of the fees. And we're absolutely going to keep working to cut those other fees, which we think are unfair red tape to our teachers in this state and very, very costly, especially on those who are at the beginning of their career and lower income. I also wondered, your testimony was important, I thought, on the importance of teacher recruitment and finding talent and recruiting it to Connecticut. Would you or have you also been supportive of efforts to improve or increase licensing reciprocity across states and or increase our participation in licensing compacts with licensed teachers from other states so we can bring in more talent to Connecticut? I imagine this is an unnecessary or added barrier to bring in new talent to the teaching profession in Connecticut, especially when actually Connecticut, we pay teachers more than most other states. So I think if we kind of reduce some of these barriers, I imagine we can bring in even more talent to Connecticut.
Well, I'm a proponent of open reciprocity with all students that are graduated from an accredited program. And so if I were writing the rules, I would tell you welcome from any state that you come from. And I've been very open about that with the State Department as part of the certification overhaul process, that we'd really like to see an open reciprocity, recognizing individuals who come from accredited programs from anywhere in the country. I think Connecticut has a lot to offer in terms of a place to come and work and teach. And we're not allowed to really take full advantage of that because of some of the unnecessary barriers when we are bringing people in from other states.
Well, that's great to hear. And hopefully we can work on that next year. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the time and for your testimony.
Thank you, Representative Mashinsky.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to ask another question to the witness about 5002. Shouldn't we consider just making preschool part of public education?
Absolutely. I think that if we can expand and offer preschool programs throughout the public school system, everyone wins in that scenario. And it's been interesting to have these conversations as we talked about the shift of the kindergarten start age, the necessity of really starting to expand our preschool offerings, recognizing that a really quality preschool experience does launch our children into a much more successful K-12 experience. So if, again, I would be more than supportive of, increasing our preschool offerings across the K-12 continuum and making it a pre-K-12 continuum.
Yeah, that seems like the logical way to go. But this is, I guess, a step in the direction of more universal preschool. So it's what we have today. But it just seems to me it makes more sense to, it would certainly avoid the poaching problem where you train the preschool teachers and then they're hired away by the public school system. Just to keep it all one uniform, seamless system makes more sense to me, but maybe the cost is prohibitive and that's why we're taking this partway step. All right, thanks for your comments and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Representative Robin Comey. Natasha Smith. Oh, I'm sorry, Representative. Forgive me.
I'm here in person.
Please proceed.
Thank you so much, Senator. Dear Chairman, Chairs Fanfara and Horn, Ranking Members Martin and Cheeseman, Vice Chairs Miller, Moore, and Farrar, as well as all of the distinguished members of the Finance Committee. I'm Representative Robin Comey, and I am pleased to submit my testimony here today in support of House Bill 5002, an act concerning early childhood care and education. Simply stated, quality early childhood experiences produce better outcomes. And research by Professor James Heckman, an economic policy leader in the field, shows us that for every dollar invested in early childhood experiences, there is a benefit of at least $7 and up to almost $13, and is an effective investment in reducing social costs later in life. And he's been quoted as saying, the highest rate of return in early childhood development comes from investing as early as possible from birth through age 5 in disadvantaged families. And there is no doubt that the earliest years are the most critical developmental stages for a young child. So here in Connecticut, as you probably have heard many times today, our childcare industry is hurting and we are in crisis. These small businesses here in our communities cannot hire teachers or they are leaving the profession. And it's leaving our licensed providers operating at just 74% of their capacity. Connecticut also has, as noted earlier, childcare deserts, and 44% of our residents live in one. And so HB 5002 begins to provide some relief for these issues. The fact is that children who are the least likely to receive high quality child care are children of color, immigrant children, homeless children, and those with special needs. And all of Connecticut's children deserve a chance to succeed. And quality, affordable early care is the first and most important step we can take as a state to ensure that this happens. Now, I represent Branford, and I can tell you that, and you will hear from, you've already heard from one of the Branford folks, and you'll hear from a couple more today. My programs in Branford were very much suffering before the pandemic. Making ends meet was difficult. And of course, COVID exacerbated all of these issues. And if it really weren't for the extra support that they receive with pandemic relief funds, some businesses would not be here today. You know, quality and affordable childcare is an essential infrastructure, as you know, for our economy, for our workforce, and for the families to thrive. And that's why I'm so personally passionate about this issue.
You've reached 3 minutes. Please summarize.
So I would just like to talk about the last part of the bill and wrap up that way. I wanted to talk about the third part of the bill, which was the stabilization grants for wage supplements and enhancements. Several of my programs have told me very specifically that these funds have been in the past and would continue to be lifesavers for the families they serve. And these grants go directly to maintaining the high quality care that our working families depend on. So I hope that, that you will talk to the providers here today, ask them about the juggling act that they have to do financially in their programs and about their rising costs, and take a few minutes, ask them how they reconcile their accounts. And I'm sure it will be enlightening for the Finance Committee. Thank you for listening. I'm very grateful for the time and the care that you've given to this important issues. And thanks for being here.
Thank you, Representative Comey. Questions? Thank you.
Fabulous.
Natasha Smith.
Senator Cohen, hand up. Thank you.
Oh. Senator Cohen, and then.
That's okay, Mr. Chair. No worries.
Hello, Senator.
Oh, okay. Since you're back, Representative, thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate it. I would have spoken up, and I appreciate it, Senator Rahman. I would have spoken up if I thought it was absolutely urgent. But I wanted to thank Representative Comey for coming today and testifying, and for all of your work, Representative, with the Early Childhood Collaborative in Branford. And I know that because of that work, you really have been on the front lines of early childhood, and many of our constituents come to you talking to you about the various issues that they're faced with. And so you started to allude to it at the end of your testimony, but I wonder if you could speak to what the biggest challenges are. Are they, and I know this is multifaceted, so bear with me here, but when we're talking about addressing these issues with respect to early childhood, are we really talking about the inability to get teachers in the workforce because of wages? Is that directly related to the bottom lines that these folks are able or unable to bring in, I should say? And how does that impact the families? Because I know so often, because we don't subsidize a lot of early childhood care in Connecticut, because a lot of it's private, there's a balancing act that many of these programs are playing with, needing to charge a certain amount to break even or make a slight profit, if that's even possible at this point, and that balancing act of bringing families in who are desperately in need of early childhood education. So I wonder if you could just speak a little bit more, expand upon what you are hearing out there, because like I said, because of your position in the Early Childhood Collaborative, I think a lot of folks do come to you, and you already have such broad-based knowledge on this topic.
Yes, thank you, Senator. I would say, so what we have, and I did talk about it earlier in the testimony, and what we have is we can't hire enough teachers, right? A program has capacity for say 70 children. And because of the numbers of the requirement for the numbers of teachers, the per head that they have to have in each classroom, they are not able to have, like, say, a single classroom open for, say, 4-year-olds, or most usually, our highest opportunity here in this state, and the challenge we have is just our infant care, because it is, programs actually, the more older kids they serve, right? Because the more older kids they serve, the more younger kids they can serve. So, it's just completely, because it costs less money to serve an older kid than it does to serve an infant, because of the, number of teachers you need to run the classroom. So that is challenging. So there are often, I think I heard 4,000 earlier today at the press conference, 4,000 kids short of infant care in the state. It might even be more. Anyways, so that's the biggest challenge. And I will say also that, we have programs that are doing this because they love it. And having that, having the families that are looking for care and can't quite afford, what that monthly or that weekly charge is, they are, sometimes making exceptions or letting them, have a little bit of a discount, because they're extremely compassionate people. And we need our childcare system to operate in a way that is more like a business that any of us would operate on the outside.
All right. Thank you so much, Representative. I appreciate your response. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Cohen. Anyone else? As I scan the screen. I don't think so. Thank you, Representative, again. Natasha Smith. No. Linda Alderman.
Yes, I'm here. Hello. Esteemed members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee, my name is Linda Alderman, and I've lived in West Hartford for over 30 years. I'm the State of Connecticut Vice Lead for the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network, and I'm testifying in opposition to the suspension of funding for tobacco prevention and cessation programs in the governor's proposed budget. I ask that moving forward, the state of Connecticut dedicate $22.7 million annually in funding for statewide tobacco control programs that meet CDC best practices, and I thank you for the opportunity. I'm saddened to be in front of this esteemed committee to ask for a reinstatement of funding for tobacco education and cessation programs when those funds have only been in place for 2 years, and to date, the Tobacco Trust Fund has only received the funding for 1 of those years. The program hasn't even had the opportunity to get started before the governor's proposed budget is shutting it down. The $12 million that is being cut from the budget is less than half of the $22.7 million that CDC recommends Connecticut should be spending at a minimum for statewide tobacco control programs. And now the governor wants to remove even that insufficient funding and bring the state back down to $0 in funding for those programs. Connecticut receives $367.3 million annually in tobacco-related settlement and tax dollars, and we are asking for only 6.2% of that amount to save Connecticut lives from the effects of tobacco use, including vaping. Connecticut's egregious lack of funding for tobacco control programs prior to 2022 is having a significant impact on Connecticut residents, and most importantly, is detrimentally impacting Connecticut's children. 5,300 Connecticut kids try cigarettes for the first time each year. Over $2 billion is spent on healthcare costs in Connecticut that are directly attributable to smoking. All of this is happening while the tobacco industry spends approximately $60 million annually in our state on advertising. My family was directly and detrimentally impacted by my father's inability to quit smoking. My father, who enlisted in the U.S. Army Air Force in 1942 at the age of 17 to defend our country in World War II, quickly became addicted to cigarettes because the tobacco industry targeted the military to create a generation of cigarette smokers. Although he desperately tried, my father was never able to break his addiction to nicotine, and he eventually died of lung cancer after years of suffering. He often told me that his addiction at such a young age led to his inability to quit smoking. I'm here testifying because my father cannot be. Please take the important step this year to reinstate funding in the state budget for tobacco control programs. Connecticut's residents need $22.7 million to meet the CDC's recommended minimum amount, and this should be dedicated in the state budget annually. Connecticut's residents shouldn't have to fight for this important funding on an annual basis. It is critical to the health and welfare of Connecticut residents and should be a dedicated budget item each year. Thank you for this opportunity, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Questions for Ms. Alderman? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sana Shaw.
Co-chairs Horn and Fanfara, ranking members Cheeseman and Martin, and honorable members of the committee. My name is Sana Shah, and I'm the Director of Policy and Advocacy at the Connecticut Project Action Fund. We urge the committee to support HB 5002, an act concerning early childhood care and education. This legislation aims to provide essential funding that guarantees access to affordable, high-quality childcare for every family in Connecticut. Connecticut is facing a formidable challenge. Working families are grappling with the high costs of childcare, an issue that significantly impacts the economic vitality of our state and the well-being of our communities. The average cost of childcare in Connecticut ranks among the highest in the nation, creating a substantial burden for families and hindering the economic stability of early childhood care and education providers. The current situation is untenable, with 1 in 5 parents forced to leave their jobs due to childcare issues and a glaring deficit of 40,000 childcare slots due to staff shortages. This crisis not only affects the immediate well-being of our children and families, but also poses long-term economic and social consequences. The Wage Supplement and Child Care Enhancement Grant Program outlined in HB 5002 can help address this staffing shortage, while longer-term solutions to increase the compensation of early childhood educators are developed. The importance of early childhood care and education cannot be overstated for individual children, families, and our economy. Quality childcare serves as a foundational infrastructure for our economy, enabling parents to work while providing our youngest residents with the nurturing and developmentally appropriate environments they need for a healthy start in life. Research and recommendations from Governor Lamont's Blue Ribbon Panel reveal that 72% of Connecticut's towns face a shortage of infant and toddler care, with the top 10 towns lacking 6,366 slots. This shortfall extends to more than 14,000 slots across 122 municipalities, disproportionately affecting families of color, 94% of whom cannot afford quality care programs. These statistics underscore the widespread struggle and the urgent need for immediate support for families. The Connecticut Project Action Fund urges the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee to support HB 5002. This legislation is not merely an investment in childcare, it is an investment in our state's future, in our economy, and most importantly, our children. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you. And you did a great job staying within your 3 minutes, Sana. Thank you, Chairman Fanfara. So again, part of the initial idea behind the Early Childhood Care and Education Fund was to provide for additional funding on top of state resources. And I know when Mr. Davis from CBIA was here, he raised the possible objection that there would need to be assurance with regard to commingling of funds. And I just wanted you to comment on that. I know we've had some discussions with the nonprofits. I think Representative Farrar has been great in including all the players. But again, there was concern on this front. So one, can you address that? And two, ways that we might overcome that concern so that we get the maximum amount of buy-in and can access all the resources available to provide this vital service.
Thank you, Representative Cheeseman. Our philanthropic partners were really excited to hear about the bill and are grateful for the efforts that the committee has made to address this crisis. In conversations that I've had, one thing that the philanthropy community is really excited about is having a voice on the commission. And being able to provide a perspective about funding and the utilization of funding. I think that it's going to be an ongoing conversation with partners on what perhaps actual investment will look like. But I think having a seat on this commission provides the opportunity to start those conversations. I think that something that I've heard is that some funders are interested in collaborating with the commission to talk about like independent but complementary like investments. And so also just coordinating if there isn't going to be direct investment in this fund, what are ways that funders can partner to still meet the needs or meet the goals of this fund to begin with. So I think it's going to be a space of ongoing conversation, and we're so grateful that the committee is working on this.
Thank you. And I know one of the concerns raised was particularly with regard to nonprofits. A lot of your funds may have restrictions. They're, only one community or only one particular group. And it might be possible going forward, particularly if you are looking at you're looking at projects based in a particular community, there might be a role for the nonprofit, if not in terms of direct investment, but in possibly supportive actions they could take to help a nascent program get off the ground.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else? Thank you.
My apologies, Mr. Chair. I'll put my hand up a little higher next time. Great to see you, Sana. And just out of curiosity, wanted to get your thoughts on Section 5 of the bill that focuses a little bit more on our corner of the state, Representative Cheeseman and Representative Carney included, regarding just providing a little bit of a spotlight on New London County, which the Commissioner of Early Childhood, Beth Bai, has stated is a early childhood desert. If you could just speak to that innovative solution about bringing so many different players to the table, private sector, nonprofit players, and the public sector, of course.
Thank you for the question, Representative Baumgardner. We've talked about it all day. Connecticut is certainly facing a childcare crisis, and that especially is impacting the eastern part of the state. We know that Eastern Connecticut is facing a huge childcare desert. We know who this disproportionately impacts. And I think that it's been a really exciting process to see so many stakeholders, including, philanthropy, private sector, childcare providers, folks with different, political ideologies all come together and talk about how do we solve this crisis, especially in the eastern part of the state where parents and children are most impacted. And so I'm excited that this fund has included provisions that specifically address the parts of Connecticut which are in most need of support.
Thank you for your answer. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, thank you.
Thank you.
Jason Privilege.
Good afternoon, esteemed co-chairs, ranking members, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you this afternoon. I come prepared to speak on Senate Bill 16 concerning revenue items to enact the governor's budget. As background, I am Jason Privilege. I am a physician associate or assistant, and I practice emergency medicine in the city of Waterbury. I live in Fairfield, and I am the chair of the legislative committee for the Connecticut Academy of Physician Associates. Recognizing that this is not the Public Health Committee, who is far more familiar with me, I'll briefly describe a PA for you as a licensed healthcare professional who evaluates, diagnoses, and treats patients in all healthcare settings and specialties. Along with physicians and APRNs, we are the three groups of healthcare providers that are performing these services for the patients of Connecticut. It is no secret that the healthcare workforce is not adequate. There are thousands of available jobs around the state, including for PAs. There are not enough workers to fill the needs. Provisions in Senate Bill 16 admirably aim to address that by reducing financial burdens for a new healthcare professional by waiving initial licensure fees. Unfortunately, however, those provisions are only applied to all types of nursing professionals. This is a theme that has been seen in this legislative body over the years, where attempts to improve the healthcare education and workforce are primarily focused on our so important nursing colleagues, such as the Nursing Education Preceptor Tax Incentive from a couple years ago. There are, of course, many other important and necessary types of healthcare professionals who are also in short supply, however. As I outline in my written testimony for you, a typical PA school graduate is not only graduating with 6 figures of debt, but then must spend thousands of dollars more just to start their careers on the certifications, licensing, and registrations that are necessary. While the $190 initial licensure fee is a relatively small amount, it is still something for a future workforce that does not yet have an income available to enter that workforce. Another consideration is that this bill, I lost my spot, I apologize. Another consideration is that, in this bill, as I mentioned, it encompasses all types of licensed nurses, including advanced practice registered nurses. While PAs and APRNs are vastly different professions and educational models, functionally, we often fill many of the same roles within the healthcare workforce. Inequities such as this may push away a contemplating future PA in Connecticut, as the recognition may be that Connecticut just does not support PAs as it does APRNs and others, as exhibited by this language and other language in statute. That creates variances between our professions. In closing, I want to thank you for your time and attention to some of the most difficult topics facing our state. I recognize your roles are not easy and you face many public opinions that you must weigh, but I appreciate your taking the time to hear me and consider my points today.
It is your right, sir. And we're glad you're exercising it. Questions for Mr. Privilege? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Jeff Shaw.
Good afternoon, Senator Fanfara, Representative Horn, Senator Martin, Representative Cheeseman, and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Jeff Shaw, Senior Public Policy Advisor at the Connecticut Community Nonprofit Alliance. The Alliance is the statewide association of community nonprofits. Community nonprofits provide essential services in every city and town in Connecticut, serving 500,000 people in need and employing 118,000 people across the state. As many of you know, the Alliance spends a lot of energy on the appropriation side of the budget, as three factors continue to provide enormous operational challenges for community nonprofits. The first, unprecedented inflation, means the cost to provide services grows. Health insurance costs for employees, the price of food, utilities, just to name a few. Second, the ongoing workforce shortage that you heard earlier today makes it difficult to staff current programs and almost impossible to serve additional people in need. Third, skyrocketing demand for services reflected in the worsening opioid crisis, increase in homelessness and waiting lists for intensive home-based services for children are all examples of why we are asking for a 5% increase, a total increase of $186 million in fiscal 25. I provide that context because bonding through Senate Bill 10, the bond bill, is another critically important resource for community nonprofits. We thank the governor and legislature for prioritizing the capital and infrastructure needs for the many nonprofit providers that provide essential services on behalf of the state through the nonprofit grant program. The capital projects supported through this bond program help nonprofit providers lower administrative costs, increase efficiency, and maintain high-quality services. Last fall, OPM issued an RFP for the latest round of applications. While the project awards have not been announced yet, we expect the number of project applications to exceed available dollars. As an example, a previous round of applications for $20 million in funding received over $100 million in project applications. Considering the program has not been funded for 4 years, we suspect an unprecedented demand with a record number of applications. Many nonprofits find themselves with capital and infrastructure needs, but have limited dollars and are unable to support such projects on their own. Further, nonprofit providers have no way to capitalize for infrastructure projects within their current state contracts. Few examples of previously approved projects include mobile food truck program to prepare and deliver fresh food to seniors, families, and people with disabilities, replacing leaky roofs with solar panels, and of course the roof, which would also reduce energy consumption over time, and upgrades to IT systems, as that's become more important in our daily lives. This grant program is an appropriate use of bonding. It creates benefits that are felt for years into the future and saves money for the state and nonprofits by helping them be more efficient. Thanks for the opportunity to testify today.
Representative Farrar.
Thank you, the chair. Hi, Jeff. Thanks for being here.
Sure.
One question. You referenced kind of the anticipated number of applications for this year's tranche of funding. Do you happen to know how many applications there were for the last segment of funding? I asked because that I think those two in tandem kind of give us a sense of the need that's out there.
Yeah, I believe that was the last round that I referenced.
Okay, so the over 100 was the last round, and we don't know yet, to your point, how much. Okay,
Correct, yeah.
that's helpful. I think we did hear yesterday in the bonding subcommittee, yesterday, the day before, that the awards would soon be coming out. But to your point, I expect that same number of significant number of applications and not being able to fund them all. Just another question, is there anything in regards to the structure of the process or the limits on what nonprofits can apply for that you all have recommendations about as we hopefully pursue more funding for this project?
That's a great question. Thank you, Representative Farrar. Yeah, so just for everyone, so they know, this program is limited in terms of what projects are available for funding. Of course, you have to be a 501c3 nonprofit provider first, but beyond that, the project eligibility is construction, purchasing buildings, ADA compliance, energy efficiency projects, vehicle replacement, and electronic medical records are pretty much the extent of it. We don't know. We know that there's a 4-year layoff from when the program was last implemented. So I understand there's a new internal process to score and evaluate applications. So we're obviously anxious to see, yes, the number of applications and sort of what projects were selected, and then sort of evaluate just who was left out and sort of the size of the project, that kind of thing, if there's any other trends. But we'd welcome an opportunity to, talk to OPM and everyone else involved who's interested to make sure that, the projects are, or the program is meeting the needs of community nonprofits.
Thank you for that, because I think, as you said, we want to make sure we're keeping up with what the range of capital needs really are for our nonprofit providers. And I think your insight into that is super helpful as we work on that on the general bonding subcommittee. So thank you, Jeff, for being here. Thank you, the chair.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you.
Thank you.
Francesca Velasquez. And just for the edification of the members, I'm sorry, all but one are remote. I see Merrill Gay sitting over there in the corner. Definitely here in person. Francesca?
Yes. Hi, good afternoon. I am Francesca Velasquez, owner of Play to Learn Childcare and a member of Circle. Our childcare system is broken. Parents are paying too much for it, and childcare providers aren't getting paid enough money. That's why I'm here asking you to support Bill HB 5002. I'm here as a child care center owner, an advocate, and a parent. I've seen how hard it is for both parents that have to choose, and they shouldn't have to choose between paying rent, childcare, or getting food and paying our childcare bills, or even having to miss work because they're backed up on their childcare bills. And ECE teachers that have to take on a second and a third job and work longer hours just to make ends meet. I have teachers that want to stay in the profession and are really good with the kids, but they opt to take a nanny job that I can't compete with the salary of what they pay. HB 5002 creates a permanent, non-lapsing fund held at the state treasury's office, which would create a permanent, dedicated fund to support early childhood education. It would support much needed stabilization grants. I'm hoping that helps with wages for our teachers across the industry and help make childcare affordable for families. I wanted to say, on a personal note, I have a family of a mother and 2 children, and she makes pretty good money. She makes enough. She reapplied for Care for Kids, and she's 0.5 off of the medium of her income. It's 65.5. And she's off, and she can't get it. I mean, we're going through the appeals process now, but because of that, she's not able to get it because the median income is 50%. She missed her retermination. She reapplied, and had she just been under the retermination process, she would have made it. But because she's coming in as a new applicant, she was denied. And I had to tell her that she could not come or join us last week in the middle of the week. She didn't come for 2 days. I was thinking she wasn't going to pay me the $500 and something, but she
You've
did.
reached 3 minutes. You've reached 3 minutes. Please.
Okay.
summarize.
So just to say that we need this fund to be dedicated only for ECE. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no questions. Thank you very much. Cheryl Lynn Nolan. Carla Esquivel. Ruth Canovi.
Hi, good afternoon. Distinguished chairpersons and members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Ruth Canovi, and I'm the Advocacy Director for the American Lung Association in Connecticut. And I strongly oppose the proposed suspension of the $12 million transfer from the Master Settlement Fund to the Tobacco and Health Trust Fund for fiscal year 2025, made in Senate Bill 16. 2 years ago, you helped champion the reestablishment of the Tobacco and Health Trust Fund Board and made an annual investment in this fund. Last year, you were successful in protecting that $12 million annual investment when the governor proposed to cut it in half. Like many things with bureaucracy, it took more time than we had hoped to get the board appointed and things up and running. However, once the appointments were made and the meeting started, the board members really approached this work in a thoughtful and serious way and came up with an excellent plan on how to appropriate the first round of funding. The Appropriations and Public Health Committees approved that funding plan this month, and the Department of Public Health now has that under their auspices, and they're working on a plan to distribute the funds to best practice programs in our communities. The fiscal year 2024 funds will be available in the Tobacco and Health Trust Fund next month, and the board will be back at it soon, determining the plan on how to effectively allocate funding for prevention and cessation. Because as we know, tobacco use remains a major public health crisis in Connecticut. It costs our state more than $2 billion in annual healthcare expenses, and too many kids are hooked on these products. And every day, as we make some progress on what we know is the existing landscape, the industry comes back and develops a new medium for addiction. So the investment to prevent young people from getting hooked on nicotine and helping those who are already addicted to quit, in addition to saving lives, actually does save money. A study conducted by the University of North Carolina concluded that when Connecticut was funding these programs, the state saved $2.48 for every dollar invested in current tobacco control programs. However, I just want to underscore that there's a huge opportunity here. When states invested sustainably at robust levels, states have seen returns on their consistent investments as high as $155 to $1. So please don't let the slow start of the Tobacco and Health Trust Fund Board hinder progress that really is just getting going. I know that the proposal is to suspend the investment, but once these funds are used for something else, I have real concerns that we ever get them back, especially when we look at the history of how the Tobacco and Health Trust Fund was swept upwards of 80 times from 2003 to 2018. This should be an easy common sense policy. We invest in preventing young kids from getting hooked on these deadly products and help those who are addicted to quit with some of the hundreds of millions of dollars that come to the state from a settlement with the industry to do just that. I really want to thank you for your commitment to these important programs and urge you to reject the proposal to suspend next year's investment. And in fact, I encourage you to make a bolder investment that the Public Health Committee has put forward to invest the CDC's recommended minimum of $22.7 million to help offset the millions of dollars.
3 minutes, please summarize.
I'm wrapping up. Just to offset the scourge and the detriment that the tobacco industry is spending on hooking the new generation. So thank you, and happy to talk further and answer any questions that you have.
Representative Cavros DeGraw.
Thank you so much, Senator Control. Ruth, thanks so much for being here today. It's always good to see you, and certainly always good to have you fighting on behalf of our kids. In other states, where have you seen, have they already set these up? And, you know, as you said, it took a little while to get the board set up, but I'm just wondering how, like, some of the successes perhaps other states have seen that we might see here now if we keep this money where it should be.
Yeah. And so, I mean, the Master Settlement Agreement happened more than 20 years ago. And so Connecticut has a long history of this, but we have seen some great successes. Like I mentioned, California was the state where they've just completed a study last year where they looked at kind of their investments. And not only did they see big changes in health and what like tobacco use rates were, but they saw $155 return on investment. Florida has a constitutional amendment that they must spend a certain amount of money every year, and their youth smoking rate is it's really, really low, and they've done great work there. Washington State has done some really great work, but have seen kind of changes in their investments. And so there's great models. The CDC has put forth best practices that we know work. And so Connecticut, again, could do some things, but it's so hard. I've talked to like the American Lung Association is not asking for these funds, but there's community organizations that talk about the challenges of like piecemeal every year. They're like, okay, I think we have funding this year. So, okay, we're going to use this staff person to do this. But if they kind of really plan and know what they're doing year to year, there can be such a big impact on public health. So there's some lessons learned that we can certainly borrow from, but we're just getting this started again. And so really hate to see this proposal put forward.
And with the chair's indulgence, just the second half of that question, does this also include education around e-cigarettes and vaping? Because we know that kids are increasingly becoming addicted to nicotine, and one pod is enough nicotine of I think a pack or two of cigarettes. So I want to make sure that we are also covering that with these dollars.
Yeah, right. And so that's why I mentioned like this landscape is changing, right? And we've learned a lot from what works with a traditional cigarette, but we still need to work on the disparities that exist there. But then we've seen the growing popularity of e-cigarettes. And in fact, this week I was at an event with Senator Blumenthal talking about nicotine pouches, because we've kind of done some work on e-cigarettes, and now we're seeing a huge growing popularity within these new products. And so this industry is nimble, and we need to make sure that we have the investments and resources available to respond to that.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Mr. Chair. We really do appreciate your testimony today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Thank you.
Thank you.
Maria Hernandez.
Hello, good afternoon, Senator Fonfara, Representative Horn, Senator Martin, and Representative Cheeseman, and members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of HB 5002, which is a very critical piece of legislation that seeks to address the early childhood care and education urgency in our state. As a mother of three and a full-time employee of Connecticut, a member of one of the most robust, diverse communities in Connecticut, New Haven, I have seen firsthand the transformative power of high-quality early childhood education in the lives of many low-income families that are in my community, and specifically from Black and Brown and Latino communities. I too have also been one of the 1 in 5 Connecticut families who have had to quit their job or been fired due to childcare programs. So I do believe it is very essential to provide these children with a strong foundation they need to succeed in school and beyond, a foundation in setting them up for success rather than often generational curses and barriers. I'm sorry. Both economic and social injustices of today. I think it's very important that we invest in these programs for our children, for our future, for our communities, and ensuring that all children have equal opportunity to thrive. It is very crucial to prioritize this bill for early childhood education. And I just would like to urge you all to please recognize the importance of investing in early childhood education for children, especially those who are most vulnerable. And I'm proud to be from a state that is making strides in continuing the equality of childcare for children, for families, and providers in our state. Together we are strong, and in unity there is no limit to the greatness for our children's future. Thank you for your time and commitment to Connecticut, to our educators, parents, and the children of Connecticut. With much appreciation, I hope you please consider passing Bill HB 5002.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Hernandez? Seeing none.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. We will call Merrill Gay.
Good afternoon, Senator Fonfara, Representative Horn, ranking members Martin and Cheeseman, members of the committee. My name is Merrill Gay. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Early Childhood Alliance. I've submitted written testimony that includes a number of interactive maps that would enable you to look at your district and how some of the issues I'm going to talk about impact your towns locally. Earlier today, you heard from the president of the teachers union about their staff shortage. And I just want to put things in context. The public school system is much, much larger than the early care system. She talked about, I think it was 1,200 or 1,400 vacancies. The early childhood system has 4,000 staff vacancies right now. That's 1 in 7 positions is vacant. And as a result, there are hundreds of early care classrooms closed right now. The system is operating at less than 3/4 capacity. And that means that families are finding it harder and harder to find childcare. When they do find care, they are paying more for it. The cost of childcare has gone up in the private market by about 30% over the last 4 years. And childcare programs, at the very time that they need to be raising wages to be able to attract staff, are struggling financially. Only a little more than 1/4 of programs say that they are bringing in enough money to sustain themselves over the long haul. We have this situation where they are stuck in a downward spiral that because their overhead costs are making up a larger share of their expenses, their revenue is not as high as it should be, and they can't get back up to break even because they can't get the staff in to be able to open up the classrooms and get more tuition revenue. That's the problem that we've got. So the system really is in crisis. I know crisis gets thrown around a lot. Everybody's in crisis, but this is really is a crisis. We are starting to see childcare programs close. And at the very time that we've got 94,000 job openings in the state, we have thousands of parents around the state who would like to go to work, but who cannot find a childcare spot that they can afford. While the market rate for childcare has gone up substantially, the subsidy amounts have not. So for parents who are trying to find care, first of all, they're waiting for months and months to get onto the Care for Kids program. 60% of the applications are denied. And what this means is that you have a job offer, you found a child care provider, but you can't afford to pay for it, and you will wait for a long time before you could actually get a subsidy or even get an answer as to whether you're going to get a subsidy. This system is broken and it's holding back our economy. A national organization, the Ready Nation, has estimated that
You reached 3 minutes, please summarize.
The lack of infant toddler care in Connecticut reduces our state's gross domestic product by $1.5 billion a year. There's real cost to not fixing this problem. And that's why I'm here to urge you to support House Bill 5002 to establish a fund that can augment the regular appropriations and start to fix this problem.
Thank you for your advocacy and for being here in person. I wanted to ask about a couple of things that you said. One, you sort of the staffing challenges, which others have also testified to, that 1 in 7 positions are vacant, I believe you said. What, in your view, would it take to significantly change that?
Wages and benefits are the primary barrier here. Many early childhood educators are working for minimum wage without benefits. It is because 80% of the system is paid for by parents, and parents are struggling to pay tuition. So that's the problem. The Secretary of Treasury, Janet Yellen, described this as a textbook example of a broken market where the people who need the services can't afford to pay the true cost. And what that's left us with is early educators subsidizing the system by having to work for low wages. The number of early educators who I've talked to have to work a second job to be able to pay their rent is just demoralizing. It's a real shame that that's the situation. If you want to do the valuable work of building brains of young children, that to do that, you've got to work a second job.
Have you quantified that? I mean, how much, what kind of wage increases would, our providers have to be able to provide in order to make a significant dent in that? Have you?
The Blue Ribbon panel talked about increasing compensation for folks who work in the state-funded programs, which is the part that the state is paying for, to bring it to parity with public school teachers. If you look at the wage differential there, it's anywhere from $10,000 to $20,000 based on the degrees that folks have. We typically lose associate's degree early educators to public schools who can go work as a para and get a better benefit package and earn about as much in 8 months out of the year or 9 months out of the year than they earn year round in early childhood. The requirement in the state-funded programs that we be working towards having a bachelor's degree teacher in classrooms so that we can have real quality in those state-funded programs that serve the lower income families. That has faced an enormous problem. Since May of 2019, we've lost 65 of the 164 BA level staff in the state-funded programs. So that's just a huge brain drain. And that's because people can go and work at public schools for a lot more money.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's a lot underpinning this, that how our economy is structured to value, financial wages, those who are close to money, over the caring economy, those who take care of people. That's a big thing that hopefully we can whittle away at little by little. Another thing that you mentioned, I just want to draw attention to, that 60% of applications for Care for Kids, I believe, are denied.
Yeah.
Is that straight up capacity issue?
No, that is that the system requires that after you have been, if you've applied and it's taken 60 days to get to your application, you've got to reapply. There are paperwork barriers there. The process of applying for Care for Kids is harder than applying for a mortgage. It's a process that involves a lot of, you've got to verify employment, you've got to verify that the hours are the same time as when your child is in care. It is much more intrusive than, say, the school readiness application for preschool, where you are simply saying, this is how much I earn, here's a copy of my paycheck, and off you go. I've heard that part of the reason for the backlog at Care for Kids was staff shortages. And when asked, why is it that it's so hard to hire staff there, the response was, because the closest equivalent to a Care for Kids eligibility worker is a mortgage originator, and banks can pay a lot more than United Way can. We have a very complicated process, and much of this is the way that we ration limited dollars. We have a lot of administrative barriers that make it hard for people to get through, so that we can blame them for not getting through rather than not having enough money to support them in the subsidy that they need to go to work.
Interesting. Thank you. Representative Farrar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Meryl. You made a parallel at the start of your testimony about the public school system. Do you have a sense of how much we invest in public schools versus early childhood care system? And how does that play into, the type of return on investment that we could actually get in what we'd be doing for early childhood care?
So according to the school finance project, state and local funding for public education in Connecticut is about $12.4 billion. Over the 13 from K to 12 grade, those 13 grades, that's about $958 million per grade level. That compares to the $345 million in the budget for OEC's early care programs, and that's for children birth to age 5. So 5 cohorts get $345 million. 1 cohort in public schools is $958 million. So that's the scale. It's about 13, 14 times as much per cohort in public school as it is in early care.
Thank you for sharing. I think I had asked secondly, is what would the difference be made? Like if let's say we made that not even comparable, but more significant investment, how would that play out in regards to a return?
So James Heckman, a Nobel-winning economist, has done an analysis of the various early childhood programs out there and determined that there's a real payback. You get more payback when you serve underprivileged kids earliest in life, that the return on investment for things that don't cost much but make a difference early, like vaccinations, vitamins for prenatal care. Those things cost very little but prevent long-term costs. And likewise, investments in high-quality early childhood, particularly for disadvantaged children, can have life-changing effects that make it possible for us to spend a lot less money over time. That's how we get that 13% return on investment that he's talked about. When you look at programs like the Perry Preschool Program, which was a very high-quality intervention for very poor children that they've now followed for almost 50 years.
Thank you, Meryl, for that information and for that perspective. So appreciate you being here, Representative. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Martin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Merle, I missed the first part of the question regarding the numbers that you provided, the financial numbers. Could you just repeat that and what was?
So that was about the public school, how much we spend on public school per grade level. Overall, we're spending about $12.4 billion on public school. Divide that by the 13 grades, it's about $958 million per grade level for K-12 education. We spend $345 million for all 5 years of early childhood. So less than half, just a little bit more than a third, divided then by 5 years. Right. So about a 14, it's a 14-to-1 ratio. Yeah.
Sure. So what you were here, I believe, when Representative Mushinski made a comment about going to all public pre-K. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, that is a strategy. It would have some effects on the infant toddler care system, because there's virtually nobody who can operate an infant toddler care program with a 1-to-4 ratio as a standalone program. You have to have the preschoolers in the building underwriting the cost of
involved and included. Until they do, nothing happens. Okay.
Okay. All right. So considering early care and education a public benefit that would be paid for the way that we pay for public education, I think is the direction we need to go. The issue of how we make the transition from where we are now to something where early care and education is fully supported through tax funds as opposed to parent fees needs to be done carefully to make sure that we don't destroy the infant toddler program if we're just pulling preschoolers out and putting into public schools, because it would essentially kill off the infant toddler programs that can't survive alone. At the same time, lots of public schools will tell you, we don't have room for 2 more grade levels in our buildings. There are creative ways in New Jersey when they instituted the Abbott court decision, they used public dollars to support the community preschool programs, and they increased the credentials of those early educators so that they were comparable with public school teachers. That's a model that could really work, that kind of public-private blend.
Yeah, I wrote down hybrid here, home/public. That's part, a discussion that Senator Fanfara and I had was, gee, what would happen to this industry if we went all public, and then, hybrid, and you just gave an example of that. So thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Merle.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Cheeseman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good to see you, Meryl. So going back to the Care for Kids program and the rather hideous ordeal that sounds like filling out the application. I know wearing my prior hat at the museum, I did help an employee and she qualified. Are there other programs that are comparable that have simpler applications? And obviously your view is that the complexity of the application is simply to provide a reason for rationing. It just keeps people out of the system.
It's a convenient system to ration, yes.
But, in the perfect world, how should the application be structured? More similar to what the school readiness one?
I'm sorry.
And I suppose it'd be great if if you could share with us or we could get it to just the application so we could look at it to see exactly how complex it is.
So Care for Kids is complex in part because of the requirements that come from the federal government. It was created at the time of change from AFDC to TANF with block grants, and it was very focused on care for work. If you look at school readiness, that is about getting children ready for school. We don't have the same work requirements that we have for Care for Kids. I would love to get us to the point where we have a public system that supports an early care system that's about getting children ready for school, and that parents don't have to negotiate the issue of, well, I could get a subsidy for my child's preschool if I'm working, but not if I'm going to college, because that drops me into a different priority category. Those folks have been waiting on the wait list for months. We've got a very complicated system. One of the ways that the federal government is looking at things now is to make it so that you don't have to have double income eligibility processes, so that, for example, if you were on Husky, we've already determined that you're low income. Being able to say, all right, if you qualify there, then you qualify for this. Those kinds of systems to smooth out the process and eliminate administrative barriers could be very helpful.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Cheeseman. And I think now Representative Cheeseman and I are going to go back and forth narrowing in on this question. If we were in fact able to simplify the application process, is there adequate, isn't there still a capacity issue at the end of the chain? So
right now, part of that capacity issue is that Care for Kids also pays well below market value for childcare. So that means that providers either take that low amount, that below market rate, or they charge parents the difference. And in many cases, a parent could be looking at a bill that is larger than their Care for Kids determined parent fee to be able to get a slot. So for instance, if Care for Kids is paying $250 a week and the slot costs $300 a week, it's a $50 difference. I might be low enough income that Care for Kids says my parent fee should be $35 a week. But now I've got to pay $35 a week plus $50 a week. That's $85 a week. That may be a huge chunk of my disposable income. and may mean that I really can't access that space. So raising the Care for Kids subsidy rates so that they are closer to the market rate, or ideally actually getting to the point where we look at what is the cost of providing quality care with staff who are paid well, then we should be paying for that rather than a market rate, which is determined really by what's the income level of the people in the community, which is going to be much lower in a poor community like Bridgeport than it is in a wealthier community like Greenwich or Fairfield. So the market rate has sort of traditionally been used, but it's not a great way of doing this. We really should be paying for quality care.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, thank you for sharing your time with us. Next up, we have Dylan Singh.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, hi. My name is Dylan Singh. I'm the owner of Occupational Fun Edu Daycare and a proud member of Circle. I am thankful for testifying and glad this bill is on the table because I believe this bill, I'm testifying against 4002 support. The bill will alleviate some of the early childhood crisis today. It's following some of the recommendations that the Blue Ribbon Panel proposed by closing the wage gap, funding early childhood and child care. And it also alleviates some of the hardship that parents endure having to provide or pay for child care and deciding whether to rob Peter to pay Paul, to pay for certain bills or not pay a bill, or keep their children home instead of going to child care. And if childcare was affordable, it will help a lot of people. Not only will it benefit children, but it will benefit the economy as well by having both parents work. As a provider, I work a 13-hour shift daily with no compensation for overtime, retirement, or insurance, all of which requires essential resources. Not only will the wage compensation help me to implement essential benefits for my future and well-being, but will also allow me to further my education to obtain my master's in ABA, which I will apply to my business. It will also allow me to hire a qualified individual from the workforce pilot. I started this business to provide service for my children who are on the spectrum because due to their diagnosis, it kind of left a stigma wherein that just because you have a disability, it's like they don't have the rights to educate them properly. And I didn't like that. Just because you have autism doesn't mean you can't learn. Everyone can learn. It just takes time, patience, and resources. So that's why I started my business. And I'm trying to incorporate various modalities into my business. So I think after I do ABA, I want to tackle speech so I could encompass all to help children who has a disability or who need more time to learn, as opposed to being in an inclusive environment where the teachers are overwhelmed and do not have enough staff to provide the service to help the children who need it. Thank you for your time, and I hope you do consider passing this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, thanks for being with us. Next, we have Brian Lynch.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to chat with you, Senator Fanfara, Representative Warren, Senator Martin, Representative Cheeseman, members of the committee. My name is Dr. Brian Lynch. I'm a practicing optometrist in Brantford, Connecticut for the last 40 years, and I reside in North Brantford. I'm currently the chairman for the Connecticut Association of Optometrists for Legislative and Legal Affairs. You have my written testimony on the governor's budget bill, number 16. I'm here to speak only on sections 1 through 5, removing the nurses' license and examination fees. I support the proposal very much, but would like the committee to expand this concept to other professionals, including optometry. All new healthcare providers are straddled with incredible amounts of debt. Having two children who have attended medical school, I know exactly what all of these graduates go through. This would provide some relief and may help to attract new providers to Connecticut who may not have considered Connecticut as the start of their professional career. I believe this bill is well intended, just not broad enough. Attracting new providers to our state may help to ensure future access to health care, as I believe our state will suffer a lot of shortages in various healthcare professions. And that's all I wanted to comment on today, and I thank you very much for your time.
And thank you for being with us. Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you. Thank you for coming before us today. How much do initial licensing fees for your field cost, and what's the annual cost of renewals?
Correct, and they're basically the same. It's $350 per year.
And do you know how that compares to other states?
Connecticut is a little bit higher than most states. If I can draw an analogy too, our Optometric Association tries to attract young graduates into the professional organization. And what we do is we will offer members a reduced fee or no fee in their first year or two. As student optometry students, we waive the fee to become members of the Connecticut Association of Optometrists, and then gradually roll up once they become more financially secure. And another option for the state might be to consider that, waive it in the first few years of their career, and then reinitiate it. Just a thought.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, representatives. Seeing no further questions. Next up, we have Ingrid Gillespie.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi. Good afternoon, members of the Finance Committee. I truly appreciate the opportunity to talk about some concerns I have with Senate Bill 16. My name is Ingrid Gillespie. I'm from Stamford. I'm Director of Prevention for a Liberation Programs, which is a large behavioral health agency down this way. But I'm also a member of MATCH, which I know you heard Ruth Kenovi speaking earlier. But I have been involved with the Tobacco Health Trust Fund since I started this work in 2005 in various capacities. And over that time, as Bright mentioned, I have seen dollars suspended. I've been listening throughout the day to the early childcare people advocates, and there's some similar arguments in terms of investment in prevention and sustainable investment. If this money gets suspended as proposed for fiscal 2025, again, we're going to have that inconsistency in prevention. I work a lot in the schools. I work with coalitions. I work in various aspects around this. 2 years ago, if I would have presented in front of you about advocating for Tobacco Health Trust Fund dollars and primarily the sustainability and consistency of it, I would have been speaking primarily about vapes and other ends. Now the landscape is such with the smoke shop proliferation, which I realize is regulatory. But when you go into the classroom and you're talking to these kids, that smoke shop prevalence has been another added layer of advertising and sort of the messaging that this must be okay. In addition to understanding the other aspects of nicotine addiction and brain development at this age, in terms of why nicotine addiction is particularly powerful at this stage of development, and there's many reasons for that, but all those reasons combined. And so when we keep suspending this funding and it's inconsistent, we can never be consistent in our approach at the community level, at schools, and in various ways. So I just thank you for the opportunity, but it's really about having consistent funding, and as Bright mentioned, the CDC minimal recommendations. So I do see a lot in the schools and at the community level, and my work with those with mental illness and substance use. So very many different perspectives on why this funding is so critical that we sustain it annually. So thank you very much.
Thank you for sharing your on-the-ground experience with us. Seeing no questions, thank you again. Next up, we have Jim Williams.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Jim Williams, and I'm the Government Relations Director for the American Heart Association. I'd like to thank the leadership and members of the Finance Committee for providing me with the opportunity to provide comments today on Senate Bill 16, specifically against the governor's proposed sweeping of tobacco control funding for FY25. Tobacco control in Connecticut should be viewed as self-funding, as Connecticut takes in approximately $367 million. That's 110 from the master settlement, 257 million from tobacco sales revenue every single year in Connecticut. We are strongly advocating that Connecticut agree to invest $22.7 million annually in tobacco control, which, as you've heard throughout the day, is the current CDC minimal recommended amount for our state. Full funding again is at $32 million. OPM states that there's a $24 million backlog in tobacco control funds. It's not entirely true. It did take quite some time to reconstitute the Tobacco Health Trust Fund Board, which awaited appointments from numerous leaders. The board's job is to ultimately suggest to the appropriate committees of the legislature, Public Health and Appropriations, how they would like to invest the funds. To be clear, the initial $12 million approved by the legislature in 2022 has gone through the board review and has recently been approved by both Public Health and Appropriations Committee. The second $12 million approved by the legislature in 2023 becomes available in April of this year. The process has taken some time to get up and running, but it is doing so now. Any successful program relies heavily on continuity of funding, which is why we cannot simply allow these funds to be swept again back into the general fund. The reality is that if they are swept, it'll be extremely difficult to reapprove this funding in the future. Now, I'd like to spend just a moment responding to Representatives Farrar and Cavers DeGraw, who earlier in the hearing asked about other states' success in tobacco control. Just some examples. Florida, which has a constitutional amendment that provides $83 million per year, has seen their adult smoking rate plummet from 21.1% to 16.8%, and the youth smoking rate dropped from 6.9% in 2015 from a high of 10.5%. A 2013 study by PLOS One found between 1989 and 2008, California's tobacco control program reduced healthcare costs by $134 billion, far more than the $2.4 billion that they spent on the program. And one more example is a study of Arizona's tobacco prevention program found that the cumulative effect of the program was a savings of $2.3 billion, which amounted to about 10 times the cost of the program over the same period of time. I'd like to thank the committee very much for the opportunity to speak with you today, and would be happy to answer any questions that you have either now or anytime in the future.
Questions for Mr. Williams? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Kevin Taylor. Eva Bermudez Zimmerman.
Hello, members of the Finance Committee. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is Eva Bermudez Zimmerman. I'm here representing Child Care for Connecticut's Future. We're a coalition of parents, providers, and advocates statewide advocating for additional funding in child care for the space to be able to transform and expand and make sure that we're supporting parents and educators who are in the workforce. You had a very extensive conversation with Merrill during his testimony, so I wanted to use my time to expand on other details and highlight other difficulties that providers and parents have every single day. So the common misconception when it comes to early care and education is that the person that is mostly impacted and doesn't have the ability to pay for childcare is the person who is low income. We do have social subsidy programs like the Care for Kids program that was mentioned in Meryl's testimony with the Alliance. And those programs are wonderful for those who qualify. But unfortunately, a good, very, very hefty group of Connecticut's residents do not qualify for Care for Kids at all. They are on that cliff, or they make well beyond the amount to ever even qualify. When we're talking to those individuals here at Child Care for Connecticut's Future, and we've had several focus groups conversations. We also have monthly meetings with parents and providers. It is very apparent and very clear that the average cost of childcare that's been mentioned by others that have testified in that $20,000 mark every single year is very real. Parents are looking for any way to try to reduce that cost. And if you're sitting there and wondering as a legislator, well, why does that matter? Why should I, as a legislator, use taxpayers' money to reduce the cost of care? Then I want and I ask you to remember that our workforce right now has extreme gaps. A good example is Electric Boat having 4,000 job openings that they need to fulfill. The economy here in the state of Connecticut really does thrive when we have a thriving workforce, and that starts with parents making sure that they have access to childcare. It's all interconnected. The interconnection goes even further when we're talking about housing and we're talking about real estate, when we're trying to attract new families to our beautiful state and remind them that this is a place where you could raise successfully a family. Childcare comes into that equation. So House Bill 5002 gives an opportunity to really continue the conversation and bonding of funding, of using creative measures to really transform childcare and expand the reach of childcare in every single factor that we use, right? So in addition to the parent perspective, you have the provider perspective. You have the ability with this legislative proposal to have a tri-share model. You also have the ability through that tri-share model and additional potential projects to grow the childcare workforce, give educational support, and also make sure that providers have the ability to have more capacity in their childcare spaces, home-based and center-based. Thank you for the time, and I open myself up to questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Representative Farrar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a question for you, Eva. I know we've been talking about today all of the many challenges that we face in our state for our families and our workforce and for our economy with the lack of affordable and accessible and high quality childcare. And we're speaking about it in reference to 5002 and the further establishment of a dedicated fund, and 5002 particularly seeds this fund for us to start to make a further investment in these needs. I was wondering if you could speak to, given the the vast investments that are needed, your thoughts on this approach that we're trying to take in establishing a dedicated fund, and how you view it as a step or as a true kind of acknowledgement of what's going on in the field, and any feedback that you might have given your knowledge of not just what's going on in Connecticut, but across the country would be welcome. Thank you.
This is the first and most necessary step that we have to really take an opportunity of funding, the conversation of funding, and connect it to the providers and parents who need those resources. To expand on that, it's the first time in the history of Connecticut that we have a coalition where you have over 70 different nonprofits, housing nonprofits, provider-centered, parent-centered community organizations coming together saying, wow, we really need to figure out and solve childcare. It's the first time that these coalitions are coming together supporting a legislative bill like 5002. I know that it's very difficult to have that expectation of real support from the parent and provider side when you're not seeing 100 people testify, considering that this workforce and this group are not available right now. and we're trying our best as coalition partners and directors to represent thousands of voices. But this bill is a breath of fresh air. We really haven't had an opportunity to really tackle the problems of funding with early care and education, and this is a significant step forward.
Thank you, Eva. And thank you for also noting that we recognize so many of the folks that are simply working right now, caring for their children. And we have to recognize that that is a part of their daily lives and why they might not be available to show up with us in person or online today. But I know we hear that in hearing from our constituents on a daily basis and from you all in your work with them. So thank you for that. And thank you for highlighting this effort as truly an innovative and, true, clear solution of how we can make these investments in Connecticut. So thank you for that. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, thank you very much for hanging into almost the end with us. Next, we have Jessica Gelke. I'm certain I'm mispronouncing that.
That is really okay. Hi, my name is Jessica Gelke. Good morning, good afternoon, Senator Fonfara, Representative Horn, Senator Martin, Representative Cheeseman, and the rest of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. I thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of HB 5002, a critical piece of legislation that seeks to address the early childhood care and education crisis here in our state. I am the proud owner and operator of the Red Barn Children's Center here in Clinton. I think I have a unique perspective today where I truly am boots on the ground. So when I hear you talking about universal preschool and how that's going to affect small businesses, it is me who is going to be affected directly by that. My school is NIAC accredited, and we are dedicated to providing top-tier early childhood education. I have owned this school for 10 years, and I am a proud Red Barn graduate, and I have been a teacher here for 12 years before my 10 years of ownership. So obviously Red Barn holds a special place in my heart, and it's far more than just a business venture. And I'd like to thank the Early Childhood Alliance, and really, Meryl, thank you so much for participating today and for all of your efforts you do to support us owner-operators. So our privately owned for-profit structure, which is solely funded on tuition, is facing mounting challenges. Recent minimum wage increases, though beneficial, have strained our business and personal finances. While we prioritize fair compensation for our staff, raising tuition to meet the rising cost of ownership burdens families, particularly those on minimum wage struggling to afford childcare. Additionally, our inability to offer competitive salaries and benefits risks losing talented educators to publicly funded positions. Obtaining and maintaining our NIAC accreditation requires us to provide high-quality programming to our children and families, but this accreditation also requires us to hire and compensate our educators as the qualified, degree-holding, and experienced professionals they are. And though the COVID relief that aided us between 2020 and 2022 was helpful, the lack of sustained support now forces tough decisions. We're questioning the sustainability of our mission. While serving children is joyful, and I really do like their parents too, the financial strain is undeniable. Personal investments and debts to sustain operations weigh heavily. We have supported our school with personal funds.
You've reached 3 minutes. You've reached 3 minutes. Please summarize.
Sure. And have gone into debt to pay employees. As the lowest paid employee on my payroll, my husband and I feel this burden keenly. So without support and change and long-term solutions, without intervention, our ability to serve our community which our school has been open for over 50 years, is at risk. So please, when you think about investing in our state's early childhood care and education system, please consider a small business owners who are dedicated to maintaining high quality care for all families. And I welcome any questions.
Thank you very much for that. Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for coming here today, and thank you for presenting the voice of the small business owner. It always concerns me when we look at programs, new statutes, that we don't pay enough attention to people like you and your husband. And I particularly appreciate your comment that you and your husband are very often the lowest paid in your company, because that is the case when you run a small business. There are many times when you are paying everyone else and the state of Connecticut and Eversource and the federal government long before you take a penny. So I just want to salute you. I thank you for your contribution to this vital sector. And again, thank you for reminding us that what we do here has such an impact, particularly on the small business owners like you that are the backbone of our economy. So thank you very much for being here, Mrs. Gelke.
Well, I do appreciate the recognition. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Cheeseman. Seeing no further questions, we will go back and call Kevin Taylor, who I believe has joined us now.
Good afternoon, certainly to Senator Fanara, to Representative Horn, Senator Martin, Representative Cheeseman, and members of the Finance, Budget, Bonding, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of HB 5002, a critical piece of legislation that seeks to address the early child care and education crisis in our state. My name is Reverend Kevin Taylor, and I'm the interim executive director of the Women's League Child Development Center, Hartford's premier science, technology, education, arts, and mathematics focused child development center. We are a proud part of the Early Childhood Alliance in the state, an organization whose members are committed to ensuring that all children in Connecticut are healthy, safe, and ready for lifelong success. For me, this issue is of paramount professional and personal importance. As a husband and a father of a 4-year-old and a 2.5-year-old, and as someone who has dedicated my career to providing high-quality education, I can attest to the growing need for support and resources in our field. As I know you've heard so many times before today, Connecticut is facing a child care crisis, and the effects are far-reaching, impacting not only our young learners and their families, but also the educators and providers who are the backbone of the system. For many working parents in Connecticut, finding affordable and accessible child care has become an insurmountable challenge. The cost of care is prohibitively high, forcing families to make difficult choices between paying for quality care and meeting other essential needs. This burden is particularly acute for single parents and those with lower incomes. When parents cannot find suitable care for their children, it impacts their ability to work and provide for their families, ultimately hampering our state's economic growth and productivity. Moreover, our child care system is grappling with a persistent staffing crisis, as is true at the Women's League. Educators and child care providers are leaving the field in droves due to low wages, and centers are struggling to recruit and retain qualified, dedicated professionals. We cannot expect our workforce to remain committed to this crucial work if they are not paid a living wage. And the current financial strain on our centers makes it increasingly difficult to attract and keep the very people who play an essential role in reshaping and shaping the lives of Connecticut's youngest residents. The passage of HB 5002 is crucial to addressing these pressing issues. This bill presents an opportunity for those of us in Connecticut to make a meaningful and lasting investment in early childhood care and education, ensuring that working families have access to affordable, high-quality care like the one that is offered at the Women's League, while also acknowledging the value of our educators and child care providers by providing them with the compensation they need and deserve. Investing in our state's early childhood care and education system is an investment in Connecticut's future. And so for these reasons, I urge you to consider the countless families, educators, and children who will benefit from this legislation and to give this legislation your full support. Thank you for your time and commitment to Connecticut's future. Again, I'm Reverend Kevin T. Taylor, a Glastonbury resident and the interim executive director of the Women's League Child Development Center in Hartford. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Fonfara.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Reverend Taylor, thank you for your testimony. And for the benefit of the committee and anyone else watching, if you want to know what an exemplary example of child development centers, the Women's League is one of them. And I had the honor and privilege of working with the former director of the Women's League, Karen Lott, who is, in my view, a superstar in this field. She's moved on to other endeavors, but continues to work in this field. And I trust and believe that the Women's League will continue to be in good hands. And the reason I say this is because they take children at 4 months of age. 4 months of age. They have a STEM room for infants and toddlers to be exposed at that early age in the science and technology and the precursors to all of that, math. It's located about, I'd say, 1.5 miles from here on North Main Street in one of the poorest neighborhoods in the city of Hartford in the state of Connecticut. So, Reverend Taylor, I don't know you, but I trust that your testimony today and your commitment to early childhood and your facility will continue. That I thank you very much for your testimony today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for those kind words, and we certainly invite you to return and to tour, and we invite the members of the committee to do the same. We have plans to expand our STEM resources, and not just for exposure, but also for our children to understand the need for STEM-related careers. And so we have exciting plans for the future, and we invite you all to come and to join us there.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your testimony and for the work you are doing, which clearly is making a difference. Next up, we have a couple people who've joined us. Carla Esquivel.
Sí, buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Mi nombre es Carla Esquivel. Buenas tardes, representantes y miembros del Comité de Acción de Asignaciones. Les agradezco esta oportunidad de testificar sobre el presupuesto para la Oficina de Primera Infancia. Mi nombre es Carla Esquivel. He sido una orgullosa y residente madre de Stanford durante 15 años. Soy muy devota a mis 2 hijas adolescentes y la fuerza visionaria detrás de nosotras, Connecticut, una defensora de los derechos de los trabajadores domésticos y cuidado infantil. Como inmigrante que llegué a los Estados Unidos a los 17 años, navegué por un territorio desconocido para construir una vida para mi familia. Ahora me concentro en empoderar a los trabajadores domésticos y a los cuidadores, mientras abogan por los derechos laborales de las comunidades migrantes y las oportunidades de los niños en Connecticut. El trabajo de la limpieza y el cuidado sustenta otras profesiones. Sin embargo, estos trabajadores esenciales enfrentamos pobreza, robo de salario, discriminación. A pesar de un papel crucial, muchos luchamos por costear una educación y un cuidado infantil de calidad para nuestros hijos, lo que subraya la necesidad urgente de un cambio sistemático. Garantizar el cuidado infantil fomente para los parámetros de desarrollo de los niños y al mismo tiempo apoya a las familias, que no es una tarea fácil, especialmente a la luz de las revelaciones de la pandemia del COVID-19. La financiación federal representa una oportunidad para la inversión a largo plazo en cuidado infantil, inclusivo y de alta calidad para todos a través del dinero. Aún así, no fue suficiente, solo una curita para nuestro sistema en ruinas. El plan del panel debería de ser vital para una financiación cohesiva y esencial para un progreso real. Para lograrlo, debemos establecer una fuente de ingreso sostenible. Esto requiere financiar las iniciativas recomendadas y reforzar el Fondo de la Primera Infancia de Connecticut, reconociendo que una financiación ineficiente lo vuelve ineficaz. Insto a todos a apoyar cada momento y promulgar reformas significativas a largo plazo que favorezcan y mejoren el sistema de cuidado infantil en Connecticut. Gracias. Carla Esquivel, Nosotras Connecticut.
Gracias, Carla.
My name is my name is Carla Esquivel. Thank you so much for this opportunity, esteemed representatives of the Finance Committee. I testified for the governor's proposed budget. I testified because of the House Bill 5002 to make sure that child care providers and parents like myself are supported. I have been a proud Stamford resident for 15 years and a devoted mother of 2 teenage daughters. With the visionary force behind We CT, I advocate for the rights of domestic and child care workers. As an immigrant who came to the US at the age of 17, I navigated uncharted territory to build a life for my family. Now I focus on empowering domestic workers and caregivers while advocating for the labor rights of immigrant communities and opportunities for children in Connecticut. Cleaning and childcare work supports many women like myself. It's a profession of dedication. We are essential workers that face poverty, wage theft, discrimination. But despite the crucial role that we play, many of us struggle to afford high quality childcare and also have problems navigating and finding childcare here in the state, underscoring the urgent need for necessary and immediate systemic change. We need to ensure that childcare fosters children's developmental milestones while supporting families. This is no easy task, especially in the revelations of the COVID-19 pandemic. Federal funding is not enough. It only presented us an opportunity to meet certain gaps, but now we need investment from the state. We need House Bill 5002 to find creative solutions to get us there. ARPA dollars weren't enough. It's just a Band-Aid for our crumbling system. Please, I ask all of you to have cohesive funding, realistic and essential real progress for all of us to achieve and sustain a sustainable reality for parents like myself. I'm here also supporting Childcare for Connecticut's future, and I recognize that your work as legislators is essential. I urge you to seize the moment and enact meaningful change. Thank you so much.
Thank you. No veo preguntas ahora mismo, pero muchas gracias compartir tu tiempo con nosotros ahora.
Gracias.
I believe our last speaker is Diane Papakota.
Hi. Senator Bonfar, Representative Horn, Representative Farrar, and ranking members, Senator Martin and Representative Cheeseman, members of the committee. My name is Diane Papakota. I'm the Executive Director of the Branford Early Learning Center, and I'm associated with the Connecticut Early Childhood Alliance. I can't tell you all the support that we get from Meryl and Izzy and Eva and Beth Bai. We're very blessed to have it. I have so much to say, so I'm going to read from my paper. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony in support of HB 5002. Investing in childcare is investing in our future. Branford Early Learning Center is a nonprofit school readiness CDC center established in 1974. We currently have 58 children. My parents are struggling. My teachers are struggling, and the industry is hurting. My parents struggle to pay for childcare and struggle to earn a living. 96% of my parents are under 75% of the state median income. 60% of those are under 50%. We try to help them as much as we can. and provide everything we can for them. Stabilization funds, establishing a passage of this bill would be a lifesaver for my program to support staff and in turn maintain the high quality care we provide for the children we serve and the peace of mind to the working families who need us and depend on us. My families are working. There's still a crisis in daycare. As I said before, we provide breakfast, lunch, and a snack for the children. We provide all their nutritional needs. Most of my children go home and have cereal for dinner. Maybe they have toast. The parents don't worry because they've had all their nutritional components here at the school every day. I would like to make one more important, mostly overlooked fact about child care educators. Children at our center and centers across America have dedicated teachers who, because of their vast experience, often notice a need for early intervention for developmental, emotional, language, physical, or special needs. We can provide parents with the information needed to help support them. Love to give examples. The passage of HB 5002 would create a permanent dedicated fund to support early childhood in Connecticut. It would support much needed stabilization funding through grants across the industry. Child care workers support our families and our children and the economy in so many ways. It is time that we support them. As I said before, investing in childcare is investing in our future. I urge you to join me in support of this bill and vote in favor of its passage. Senator Fonfara, I have bullet points to answer your questions to the best of my knowledge, mainly from my heart. Thank you very much.
Senator Fonfara.
Just briefly, Madam Chair, if you could provide that to the clerk of the committee so she could distribute it to everyone, we'd appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, I believe you have concluded our public hearing here today. So thank you for that. And I'm looking in the direction of our administrative clerk. We're all systems go. Okay. So I believe our next gathering is a public hearing on.
Was I muted?
First. So the hearing is adjourned and I thank you. Anything else from? No? Okay. Thank you, everyone. Happy Easter. Enjoy your weekend.